Ooh. We're back, baby. We're back. Okay. Sorry for not streaming. It was a busy week. Hope you had a good week, and I hope you're doing well. Let's see what happened this week. Apparently Jeffrey Epstein had zero clients, so we don't have to worry about that. Donald Trump is 100% innocent. Um, Ethan Klein came back and accused Hassan of being a terrorist, so that's always fun. That happened. Um, what else? What did Donald Trump do this week? Oh yeah, Barack went full Nazi. Just said, "Call me Mecha Hitler now." So love seeing that from Elon Musk. And the right has been having a complete meltdown slash civil war in terms of whether Donald Trump is guilty or not of being on Epstein's list, or whether there even is an Epstein list or not. So all of those are super fun things. Let's start off with, I want to talk about this. Contra Points has spoken, and it's pretty disappointing as I anticipated. So what is this? Um, did Ethan stop calling Hassan a terrorist at some point? Well, he took a 2 week break where he shipped his kids off to summer camp and then just complained about Taylor Lorenz the entire time, and complained about how Taylor Lorenz wanted to have sex with Hassan. So this is YouTuber Contra Points has posted her full take on Israel to Reddit. So she has a Reddit. Podcaster Ethan Klein's voices support for Contra Points, because of course he does. So let's take a look at. I want to take a look at Contra Points' Twitter before we get into this. So yeah, let's open this in a new tab and just take a look at Contra Points' Twitter, because she's been having some messy Twitter arguments with Taylor Lorenz. Contra Points, and I've never seen Natalie's YouTube channel. She has a lot of subscribers and she makes good video essays. So what do we got here? I'm not trying to be an annoying resistance libs, but I don't think Kamala Harris would have done this. So this is basically being like, oh, the left always complains that Trump is the same with Kamala, and this is like a very small fraction of people that say Trump is the same as Kamala. People do say Trump is the same as Kamala on the issue of Israel, which all of the evidence points to that being the case. So it is a disingenuous straw man to say that the left compares Trump to Kamala and says that they're the same, because they're not. A lot of politically uninvolved people make that argument. A lot of politically uneducated people will just make the argument and throw their hands up and be like, oh, well, all Republicans and all Democrats are the same, so it doesn't matter who you vote for. But if you're actually politically aware and you cover politics, you know that as bad as the Democrats are, they are 100% better than the Republicans. In no way, shape, or form are the Republicans ever going to be better than the Democrats. And at worst, they're going to be similar. So what is this? He says unironically, yes, for QAnon, Mecha Hitler. This is Grok, and she says it's hard to overstate the extent. I want to see her exchange with Taylor Lorenz. That's what I want to look at. Possible Taylor. Where's Taylor Lorenz? Alligator Lives Matter. Goddamn, Contra Points is a poster. Contra Points is sure a poster. Are you guys just noticing now that like 50% of the discourse on this is Jew hate? That's true. Not being into theology is intellectually unserious. Where's Contra Points? Or where's Taylor Lorenz? What's she saying about Mamdani? Oh yeah, just making a post about how Fox News is advertising. Um, Fox News is advertising Mamdani. Well, at least they've moved on from the Buck Angel thing. Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay, come on. Let me just look this up. Okay, not there. If we just go to her replies, maybe we'll see that. Replies. Scroll, and probably should have found this before stream. But then we'll just get into this. Okay, here we go. So, Ethan's attic, who is an Ethan Klein head. What's wrong with resistance libs? We are annoyingly correct about everything. Are you guys just noticing now? So she's responding to Ethan's attic. Obviously not. What do you make of his claim that Zionism rehabilitated Hitler's image? That's just anti. What the fuck are they talking about? Okay. Taylor Lawrence, nowhere here did I or anyone replying to this thread that I've seen say the second thing. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. I think when your content is being used by a Zionist like Klein, you might want to consider that your message could have been communicated with more nuance. I don't think, I mean, okay, so she's just arguing with Taylor Lorenz about anti-Semitism versus, oh yeah, hey, it's Vadim, about anti-Semitism versus anti-Zionism. Look at the thread you're responding to. I cited an example of blatant anti-Semitism. A bunch of leftists jumped in to say that no, that's not anti-Semitism. There is no leftist anti-Semitism. I don't see this as a negligible fringe issue. So she's saying there is anti-Semitism on the left. And on the anti-Semitism on the left is friend of the channel, Vadim from Hey It's Vadim. And Vadim says, I've always thought of you as someone who is disgusted by insincere religiosity and how our politicians cynically use it as a cover for their corruption. I don't want to pit you two against one another, but can you help this girl see the light? LOL. Do you genuinely not get that this is referencing a conspiracy theory that Zionists killed JFK? And the post was, never in my life did I think anything could rehabilitate Hitler's image, but then I learned about Zionism. Hey, thanks for showing up, Ormy. Is this the guy you're talking about? Rat Bone makes the mute. This is like too much internet lore for me. So Vadim says Rathbone knows JFK was pro-Israeli. JFK was the only president. Carter was the first president. The Western Wall was not even under Israeli control until 1967. What the I'm just, it's hard to like jump into the middle of a conversation. But they're just like basically Natalie Contra Points is just arguing that anti-Semitism exists on the left and there's an issue with anti-Semitism on the left. Are you trying to claim that 50% of the leftist discourse on this app is Jew hate? No, I'm not claiming that. Yeah, that's fine. This is pretty stupid. Left anti-Semitism has always been a thing. I don't see what is gained in denying it. Well, I mean, you have to define what you're talking about, because if you, like Ethan Klein, are saying that being anti-Israel is the equivalent to being anti-Semitic, which is a claim Ethan Klein definitely makes, then you're not accurately describing what's occurring on the left. And so, I don't see what's gained in denying it. Trying to get to the truth is gained if you push back against that. Like, if you show how leftists are anti-Semitic, and I would argue if you are anti-Semitic, you're definitionally not a leftist. But if you can show how leftists that we accept are leftists are anti-Semitic, I'm all for it. Like, please call that shit out. That's horrible. But if you're only saying they're anti-Semitic because you are conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, then you're a piece of shit that is serving to justify a genocide. So, yeah, like, you're going to have to be, like, obviously these are just Twitter replies here, but I'm trying to get at the underlying motivations for ContraPoints to make this Reddit post. So we're trying to lay the groundwork before we can actually get into the Reddit post. Rathbone isn't even on the left. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he is on the left. Like, once again, if you're conspiracy posting about how Israelis killed JFK, you're not on the left. You're not a leftist. Um, Vadim might have cited this person. Is this the guy you're talking about? And Vadim says, I don't think the poster. I've always thought of like. So they're saying politicians cynically use it to cover up for their corruption. That's true. You genuinely not get that this is referencing a conspiracy theory that the Zionists killed JFK? And he's like, I don't think that that's what he was referencing. And then he gets corrected, and he's like, oh yeah, you're right. I jumped to some conclusions there without thinking. My bad. Um, okay, so he's not being anti-Semitic here. Like, he might have quoted someone that's like a right winger that was hinting at a conspiracy theory. But once again, this is the danger of conflating Zionism with Jewishness. Being a Zionist is not the same as being a Jewish person, and being against Zionism is not the same as being anti-Semitic or talking about anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. So, like, I'm just trying to like get her base position on this. Another Taylor Lorenzing, left anti-Semitism has always been a thing. Um, okay, so it says, I can't help this. Oh yeah, so this is what we saw earlier. Having an argument with, hey, it's Vadim. Like, I'm not going to try to make the claim that Contra Points is leaving the left, because most of her posting and replying is anti-conservative, but she's definitely a Zionist. Like, insisting that anti-Semitism does exist on the left and it's a big issue, and that's the thing that she's focused on, more than actually like freeing Palestine. Like, if we just look at her Twitter feed, she's argued that anti-Semitism is an issue on the left way more than she's argued in a pro-Palestinian position. So let's actually just like get into her Reddit post. This is an effort post. Is this the whole thing? Um, it, two with misery, bitterness. Okay, so this is not the full post. So here we go. This is the full post. Wow. Video essayist going to essayist. So first of all, I'm going to come right out and say it. If you are a content creator and you have a good platform and you live in America, I think it is morally reprehensible to not speak out about America funding and facilitating a genocide in Palestine. I think that is morally reprehensible. And that's honestly like a big part of the reason why I started this channel, is to speak out about this. I don't want to, if I ever have kids someday, be like, yeah, I just did nothing and I kept my head down when our country was funding a genocide, because it just like physically sickens me to think about the evil that my country is doing and being so powerless, which is why I wanted to do a little bit of something. If it can even change like a few people's minds, send a few more phone calls towards Congress, and apply a tiny bit more pressure on the people in power that are actually responsible for funding this genocide, I'm going to do it. So I do think it's morally reprehensible to not speak up at all. I think it's repugnant to actually criticize the people that are speaking up about this issue. I think that's insane to do. And I think that if you support Israel, or even if you don't even want to talk about Israel at all, you're just like, yeah, like, that's an issue that's very sensitive in terms of there's a lot of institutional pressure supporting Israel and attacking the people that are critical of Israel, so I'm just going to keep my head down. Then you don't need to make statements criticizing the people that are pro-Israel. You can do what Brian Tyler Cohen does, where he literally does not speak about Israel whatsoever, because he's just trying to keep his head down and be a pro-Democratic Party propaganda machine. Like, he doesn't talk about Israel whatsoever. But he doesn't criticize the people that talk about Israel, which is what Contra Points is doing, and that's what Ethan Klein is doing too. And that's when you open the door to yourself getting criticized. So what do we have here? Can I zoom in on this? Oh my god, I fucking hate Twitter. Why can I not zoom in on this any more than I am right now? Wow, this sucks. I hate this. I hate this so much. Hold on. Copy image. Can I go to docs? Let's make a new document. It's a little closer. Okay, that's a little bit better. Let me copy the second image as well. I do love her like little YouTube essayist chapters that she adds. Okay, so here we go. So dash many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. Do they actually want a Contra Points video about Palestine? Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin Netanyahu? No. So first of all, it's not that they feel betrayed because you haven't spoken about Palestine. It's that they feel betrayed because when you do speak about Palestine, you are criticizing the people that are advocates of the Palestinians. That's why they feel betrayed. Second of all, sure, fuck it. Make a video about Palestine. Why have you not done that? Benjamin Netanyahu's a shitty person and he should probably be in prison for the rest of his life. But does that diminish the enjoyment I'd get out of seeing you pour milk on an effigy of Benjamin? I haven't seen any of your videos, but I'd probably watch that one. So yes, I would be happy if you made a video about that. But she says no, which is an assumption that I don't know why she would make. Pro-Palestinian content gets a ton of views. There is a hunger for justice for Palestinians and a hunger for content creators that are speaking out in favor of Palestinians. You can see, literally, we just had a politician win the mayoral Democratic primary in New York, and he was an ardent supporter of Palestinians. Not that he made that the center point of his campaign, but the news, the media, did make that a center point of his campaign, and he didn't back down on it. He actually spoke about his truly held convictions and didn't try to play to the demographics and try to triangulate in on a perfect position that would get him the most votes. He stuck to his moral convictions, and there was an audience for that. There was a hunger for a politician to speak about their moral convictions on Palestine. So yes, I think people would actually enjoy a video of you talking, like, just shitting on Benjamin Netanyahu. Just make fun of Benjamin Netanyahu. And not only is there an audience for that, I actually think it could be helpful. Because Contra Points, she's a big channel. She has a lot of, I would say, more normie viewers, just as a virtue, just by virtue of having such a big channel. You're going to reach a lot more people that might not watch Hassan or Vosh or Kyle Kalinske or obviously me. I have a minuscule audience compared to Contra Points. So not only is there an appetite for people that are already plugged in, but I think it could be informative and educational and actually change people's minds on for people that really don't know much about this conflict. What do you mean Rathbone isn't on the left? I don't know who Rathbone is at all. Okay, let's go on. I've posted about Gaza occasionally and have quietly given money to Palestinian aid organizations. But so first of all, like, okay, that's great. Why quietly? Only reason you would quietly do it is because you're afraid of pushback from, like, a conservative regime, which is it's fair to be afraid of that for sure. But maybe speak up about it when public opinion is actually a really important factor in pressuring our politicians to stop supporting this genocide. So then she goes on and says, but I think what leftists really want is for me to join their chorus of anger. Yes, speak out. Like, once again, making a video about Palestine is joining their chorus of anger. What the fuck are you talking about? How could you make a video about a genocidal maniac and not have that be a part of the angry outcry of leftists? They sense some hesitation on my part. Well, you haven't made a video on it and are judging me very harshly on my presumed opinions. I think they're judging you harshly on your lack of acting out on the genocide and like speaking out against it. I think that's what they're judging you harshly for. That's what I'm judging her harshly for. I'd rather be judged on my actual opinion. So here they are. I also judge her for, at least recently, arguing with Taylor Lorenz about anti-Semitism on the left instead of actually bringing up the Palestinians that have been getting killed every single day in Israel that no one's really talking about. Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza? Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Do I feel anger about it? Yes. I also feel a lot of other things. So, once again, it's so good that Contra Points is saying that Israel's committing a genocide in Gaza. That's great. I love that for her. But when your coverage of the genocide consists of criticizing the people speaking out against the genocide as them verging on anti-Semitism rather than the actual genocide itself, it's not enough to focus only on the leftists that are speaking out against the genocide when the rest of your content, it's not enough to just say, oh, well, Israel's committing a genocide, and then have your content only focus on the leftist criticism of Israel and saying that leftists are going too far. That is not enough, right? If you want to actually be against the genocide, then just say Israel's committing genocide and leave it at that. Or you can criticize some leftists, but then fucking talk about the genocide that Israel's doing. Like, if you say Israel's committing a genocide, but then you only focus on the leftists and say they're anti-Semitic, then effectively you're defending Israel. You're running propaganda for Israel. That's what you're doing. Which is exactly what Ethan Klein does. Ethan Klein spends 99% of his time attacking the pro-Palestinian leftist content creators and calling them anti-Semitic. And then whenever he gets a little bit of pushback, every now and then he'll be like, yeah, but Israel might be doing a genocide. Like, they're doing some bad stuff there. Yeah. And he thinks that's an out when it's definitely not an out. Okay, so what do we got here? I also feel a lot of other things. 1. Doom. She feels doom. The week after October 7th, it was clear the mood among Israeli leaders and civilians was overwhelmingly kill or be killed. Existential panic and unstoppable lust for revenge. It reminded me of the US after 9/11. There was no reasoning or protesting them out of it. Nor was it politically feasible for the US to withdraw aid to Israel in a time frame that would make a difference. Oh my god. It would have required replacing most of Congress and overturning decades of bipartisan strategy and diplomacy. I mean, this is just so insane. Even in the best case scenario, it would have taken years, so there was a sense of futility, but worse. Okay, so basically, she's like, Israelis wanted to do genocide after October 7th. That's what she's talking about. And then there was no reasoning or protesting them out of it. And then obviously the argument is, well, let's sanction their ass. Let's stop sending them weapons. Let's do that. Also, we could help Palestinians, right? And then it says, nor was it politically feasible for the U.S. to withdraw aid to Israel. Well, our leaders sent aid to Israel. It's not like we had packages that were continuously going over there. Like, we voted on bills, and I think Joe Biden sent something like $21 billion to Israel since October 7th, before he left office. So, yes, we could have stopped that. If there, I mean, fair enough, there needs to be political will of the people in charge. And if Joe Biden wasn't an ideological Zionist and he cared more about his re-election chances than he did his ideology of making sure Israel maintained its ethno-state status, then we could have actually seen some kind of change in public opinion. But the Democrats decided to tank their election chances to support Israel. And the polling, the Democratic Party, is not a pro-Israel party, even though the politicians are a pro-Israel body of politicians. But the voter base is not pro-Israel right now. That has been done through activism. That's been done through people sharing videos and images coming out of Gaza and the West Bank on social media from leftists talking about it, highlighting it, interviewing Palestinians, and explaining the flaws in Zionism and the flaws in U.S. foreign policy when it comes to Israel. That's like this change where Zionist Democrats lose elections, and now we have Zohran Mamdani, who is an anti-Zionist, just destroying his Zionist counterparts and winning elections. Like, we're seeing this change in real time. And we're talking about how even in the best case scenario, it would have taken years. It's been years, and we are seeing some kind of change. I also think it's kind of ridiculous that it's like, oh, a genocide would take years to stop, so it's futile to try to stop it because it would take years. So we should just let it continue on for years. Like, it's been almost 2 years of genocide now. Let's still try to stop it. Let's not give up on trying to stop it, because the Zion Nazis win when the world gives up on trying to stop their genocide. I refuse to let them. Dude, Fortis, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, what the hell kind of drivel are you writing in my chat? Okay, let's go on here. 2. Misery. The leftist pro-Palestine movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposition to the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general. That is, opposition to the existence of Israel as a Jewish state, and here they decided to draw the line separating decent people from genocidal fascists, which had the following consequences. It shrunk the coalition. Zionist is a very broad category. Most Jews are Zionists. Anyone who supports a two-state solution is a Zionist. Drink water? Okay, so let's just talk about this. Well, actually, I kind of want to finish this whole paragraph. It was politically infeasible. What is the pathway that takes us from the present situation to the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish state? I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli society or else, nuclear war. As usual, leftists have championed a doomed cause. So this is interesting to me. It shrunk the coalition. Zionist is a very broad category. Most Jews are Zionists. That's irrelevant. Anyone who supports this two-state solution is a Zionist. That's also pretty irrelevant. It shrunk the coalition. Is Contra Points blaming leftists for having Kamala Harris lose the election? Is that what she's doing right now? Because that's what it seems she's doing when she's saying it shrunk the coalition. Unless she's referring to the coalition that stands against genocide. Because if she's talking about that's two different things, right? Ethan Klein, I think he's so cute because he says, people criticize me, so I can't be against genocide. He comes home from school and he's like, Mom, the kids aren't letting me sit at the anti-genocide table. So I had no choice but to sit at the table that is pro-genocide. That's what Ethan Klein's saying. It seems like Contra Points is saying this here. She's like, I'm reading between the lines a little bit here, but she's saying that, people that support a two-state solution are being called Zionists right now, and Zionists are being excluded from the coalition. She's not saying what the coalition is. Is the coalition people that voted for Kamala Harris? Is the coalition people that are against genocide? Because what I'm getting from this, and chat, correct me if you think I'm drawing the wrong conclusion from this 3-sentence paragraph, but what I'm getting from this is ContraPoints is saying the left isn't letting me be against genocide. They're saying that I'm pro-genocide, but I'm actually not. But come on, the left isn't letting me be against genocide. That's what I'm getting from this. And it's like, bro, Bernie Sanders is a Zionist. He is a Zionist. He believes that Israel must be an ethno-state. However, he is actually against the genocide. So Bernie Sanders is living proof that there are people that are Zionist and also against Israel's genocide. And while if you get right down to the basics in brass tacks, those are kind of positions that are contradictory. You can't really be a Zionist and be in favor of Palestinian liberation and self-determination. Those two things are contradictory to each other. But you can be a Zionist and be against the genocide. Bernie Sanders is that. He advocates to stop sending weapons to Israel. He is the most powerful anti-genocide politician in this country right now. And as much as people have been criticizing Bernie Sanders for supporting Israel as an ethno-state, he is still anti-genocide. So when I hear this argument from people and they're like, oh my God, the left is criticizing anyone that wants a two-state solution. It's like, yeah, well, it depends on how you're advocating for this two-state solution. If you're advocating for a two-state solution last, and the first thing you're advocating for is an end to the genocide, I'm all for you. I love that. Let me give you a hug, let's work together, and once Palestinians actually have food, water, electricity, healthcare, and they're not getting bombed on a daily basis and shot when they're trying to collect aid, then we can talk about whether it's a two-state or a one-state solution. But step one is to getting Israel to stop the fucking genocide. So if you're with me that step one is to get Israel to stop the genocide, let's hold hands and sing Kumbaya for now. But if your step one is to criticize the left for being too anti-Semitic, then you've lost the fucking plot. Then you are not actually against genocide because you don't fucking talk about the genocide. You are a pro-genocide Zionist because you talk about how criticism of Israel is making the pro-Palestinian movement look bad. Criticism of Israel is causing there to be an anti-Semitism problem on the left. And if that is your first focus when you're talking in the conversation of Israel and Palestine, you've lost the fucking plot. Your priorities are not correct. So, I mean, this middle paragraph is fucking stupid, man. What's up, Noah? Okay. It was politically infeasible. What is the pathway that takes us from the present situation to the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish state? I mean, this is just an argument from ignorance. I don't know how we'd stop having an ethno-state, so we shouldn't even advocate for it. Are you an idiot? What the fuck are you talking about? I don't know how we'd stop having Israel maintain racist laws? Yeah. Put sanctions on them. Say, yeah, we're going to sanction you unless you get rid of racist laws. You couldn't think of that? What the fuck are you talking about? I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli society. Dude, Israel literally pulled out of Gaza because, who was it? Was it Bush? Bush told him to pull out of, or was it Clinton? Clinton told Netanyahu to pull the settlements out of Gaza. Joe Biden put sanctions, Joe Biden's a Zionist, but he put sanctions on the settlers in the West Bank, which Donald Trump lifted, by the way. But yeah, you can put pressure on Israel to try to get them to stop doing specific policies. It's pretty simple politics. Or, nuclear war. Who would nuke Israel? Actually, who would nuke Israel? Or is she saying Israel would nuke Gaza? Would North Korea nuke Israel? I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. As usual, leftists have championed a doomed cause. Insane. That's an insane statement to me. It's like she's declaring that the trying to stop a genocide is a doomed cause, and because leftists are in favor of the doomed cause, they're somehow in the wrong. This is just like an anti-political statement. This is saying that all politics are meaningless. This statement is just advocating for people to not advocate, which is by itself, once again, self-contradictory. Like, the very sentence negates the meaning of the... If the sentence is true, it proves that it's false. It's a complete anti-logical sentence. Okay, here we go. Point 3, dread. So this is misery. I'm like, one second, misery? How is this misery? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm like nitpicking this. Dread. The online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos and videos of dead Palestinian children. I think it might have been the Palestinians doing that, but sure, you can say it's the online left. The main effect of this has been to create a population of people in a constant state of blood-boiling rage with no consequential political outlet. Yeah, that's, I mean, sure. To get people angry about children dying, you can say with no consequential political outlet. Yeah, when your political representatives aren't responding to your messages, and to your phone calls and to your advocacy work and to your voting bloc advocating for policies, and Democrats refusing to respond to the policies, you can say there's no consequential political outlet. But I would say organizing protests, calling your representative in Congress, calling your senator, calling your local representative too, and voting, like voting undecided, joining political groups. I think all of those are consequential political outlets. Like, we are seeing the consequences of that. We're not necessarily getting Democrats to change their positions. However, we are getting politicians that are unabashedly pro-Palestine elected. We like Zohran Mamdani, and hopefully we see more of that. Hopefully, like, Kat Abu Ghazala will win. I think she's like, she's definitely a pro-Palestinian person running for Congress, so hopefully she wins. We see how popular AOC is. Ilhan Omar recently won her election, and yeah, we're seeing like basically a war right now, but I think that war is being won by the people that actually stand up for things they believe in. Okay, holy fucking shit, dude. So Contra Points says, I fear this may be worse than useless. So let's just get this straight. Contra Points is saying posting videos and photos of dead Palestinian children is worse than useless. That's what Contra Points said. Contra Points is saying that posting images of genocide is worse than useless. Wow. I mean, so at some level, she's happy that Israel's killed the most journalists that has ever been killed since we've been counting journalist deaths, right? Right? Like, Israel's fixing a worse than useless thing. Journalist killed in Gaza. The killing of journalists in the Gaza war, overwhelmingly Palestinian, along with other acts of violence against journalists, marks the deadliest period for journalists in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict since 1992, and the deadliest conflict for journalists in the 21st century. The Committee to Protect Journalists counted 178 journalists who were killed as of the 12th of June 2025, and the International Federation of Journalists counted 174 journalists and media workers who were killed as of 5th of June 2025. A July 2024 count by the Gaza Government Media Office placed the number of Palestinian journalists killed at 160, and in January 2025, the Gaza Government Media Office increased it to 202. July 2025 saw the number climb to 217. The Gaza Government Media Office says that in this most current month, 217 journalists have been killed in less than 2 years of conflict. The head of the Committee to Protect Journalists stated in 2024, this was 2024, Israel's war in Gaza is more deadly to journalists than any previous war. Israeli airstrikes additionally damaged or destroyed an estimated 48 media facilities in Gaza. They say that the Israeli army intentionally targeted Palestinian journalists. The Guardian stated that contrary to international law, Israel had targeted Hamas-affiliated Palestinian journalists despite their non-involvement in combat, thus disputing Israel's denial of targeting journalists. In 2023, nearly 75% of journalists killed worldwide were Palestinians who had died in Israel's war in Gaza. Holy fuck, dude. Not even 3 months into the genocide, and 75% of journalists who were killed worldwide were Palestinians who had died in Israel's war in Gaza. Israel was the second worst country in the world for allowing the murderers of journalists to go unpunished. What is the first war? What is the first country? Holy shit. Probably like Saudi Arabia or something. So, like, we can read this, the killing of journalists' families. 9 family members of CNN producer Ibrahim Daman were killed in an Israeli airstrike. So Contra Points is saying, yeah, posting images of genocide is worse than useless. That's what Contra Points is saying. So she must be elated that over 200 journalists have been killed by Israel, deliberately targeted and assassinated by Israel, because, you know, if it's worse than useless, it's actually harmful. So at some point, like, you know, killing journalists that are documenting this genocide is mitigating the harm, right? Are you fucking kidding me? Did this fucking loser actually just say that posting images of genocide is worse than useless? I cannot believe that. I actually cannot believe that. I fear this may be worse than useless. All right, let's read on. Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are conceptually not the same, but conflating them is dangerous. Yeah, like every single fucking Zionist does. But in practice, the way Israel is perceived does seep out into attitudes toward Jews in general. Yep, and that's by design. By Zionists, they literally took a Jewish religious symbol and put it on as the flag of a genocidal country. It's the same reason why you can't really use a swastika anymore. I'm sorry, but the Star of David is now associated with the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent people. So, yeah, say goodbye to the Star of David, just like people had to say goodbye to the swastika. Also, how the fuck does she jump from saying documenting a genocide is harmful to anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are not the same, but conflating them is dangerous? Talk about how documenting a genocide is harmful. What the fuck? You just make that claim and then you move on? I don't think Jews who feel isolated and wary in the current atmosphere are simply hysterical or hallucinating. Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, that's the reality of the situation. When you have a country that claims to be representing you and it's doing unspeakable crimes against humanity, then you are going to be associated with that country. That is an unfortunate fact of an ethno-state. As an American, if I move abroad and I go to fucking Iran or I go to Afghanistan or Cuba, which all of these countries in America fucked over, I'd probably be discriminated against because of what America is doing. Yes, there's communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there's communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there's disingenuous right wing ghouls dismissing and censoring all criticisms of Israel on the pretext of fighting anti Semitism. Talk to me about how documenting the crimes of genocide is harmful. Talk to me about that. Because people are going to be anti Semitic now and censoring all criticism. It's just so crazy to me. You have a country that's literally killing hundreds of thousands of people, and you have ContraPoints posting that, oh well, if you post dead babies, that could cause some anti-Semitic views to spike. Oh really? Well, do you think that it might also help cause an end to the dead babies? Or should we just let Israel kill all of the babies they want and no one should be able to know about it? Because, if people know about it, then some Jews that are anti Zionist could feel like might be targeted for hate. They might be targeted with anti Semitism. Yeah, dude, I'm fucking sorry. That's a ridiculous thing to claim, saying that, oh well, posting dead babies is causing some Jews to feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry, dude, that's the fault of Israel. That's not the fault of the people that are posting the dead babies. Oh my god. There's communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there's disingenuous right-wing ghouls dismissing and censoring all criticisms of Israel on the pretext of fighting anti-Semitism, but there's also a valid fear of historical anti-Semitism patterns recurring. I mean, bro, Elon Musk is literally a fucking Nazi. He has an AI bot that's citing Nick Fuentes, who is a self-proclaimed lover of Hitler. Um, and that fear gives power to the right-wing Zionist claim that only Israel can keep Jews safe. There's also a valid fear of historical anti-Semitism patterns recurring. Israel is causing anti-Semitic patterns to recur. Holy shit. Are you hearing Nick Fuentes talk about Israel? Are you hearing Marjorie Taylor Greene talk about Israel? Tucker Carlson talk about Israel? They only talk about it in terms of Zionist tropes, or in terms of anti-Semitic tropes. Even self-proclaimed Zionists like Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Mike Huckabee, who's like Donald Trump's ambassador to Israel. They're all anti-Semitic. They all fucking hate Jews. Mike Huckabee wants Israel to get nuked off the face of the map by God in the second coming of Jesus. That's why he wants Israel to be a Jewish state. Not to keep Jews safe, but so all of the Jews can get fucking nuked off the face of the earth and sent to eternal damnation in hell. Dude, what the fuck is... Oh my god. It's literally the Zionists and the conservatives that are the most anti-Semitic, and all of that stemming from Israel. And I'm sorry, if you want to say that, like, being wary of people that proudly display the Star of David, if that's anti-Semitism that comes from the left, that's also Israel's part, because that's also Israel's fault, because Israel is connecting. They are using the Star of David as a symbol of oppression against Palestinians. They've connected the Star of David to a genocide. So that's also Israel's fault. Holy shit. Yes, and it is unfortunate that Jewish people that Israel's claiming to represent are going to be the target. They are inevitably going to experience harassment and protest because they're going to be confused with people that are pro-Israel. So there are going to be there are going to be anti-genocide protesters inevitably protesting Jewish people that are just trying to get to synagogue. They're just trying to live out their lives and not be ashamed of their Jewish culture. And it's extremely unfortunate. But that doesn't mean you should ignore Palestinian children dying and not post it to social media. Even though some Jews are going to be harassed inevitably because they have a genocidal rogue state claiming that it represents all Jewish people, that's not as bad as children getting bombed. That's not as bad as 200 journalists killed, hundreds of thousands of people dead because of Israel. That's not as bad as that. Does this mean Israel should not be criticized and sanctioned? Absolutely not. Okay, so you are in favor of criticizing Israel and sanctioning it. So why do you think that posting pictures of dead children is worse than useless if you're in favor of criticizing Israel? But it's something I don't want to risk contributing to, not outweighed by tangible benefits, so I approach the issue cautiously. So why don't you criticize Israel? Because you think that you could continue the historical anti-Semitism patterns in recurring? Well, why don't you speak out against those anti-Semitic tropes that recur for criticizing Israel, but also criticize Israel in a way that you think doesn't mirror those anti-Semitic tropes? Be the example. Educate people on the issue. Don't just be like, yeah, I think that people are contributing to a negative thing, and actually speaking out against Palestinian genocide is worse than useless. It's actually harmful. Part 4, bitterness. Let me get low to my mic. Much of the online left spent all of 2024 single-mindedly focused on Palestine and the complicity of democratic politicians in sending aid to Israel. That's not true at all. Like, yeah, you can focus about Palestine and the complicity of democratic politicians sending aid to Israel, but there was also an election, and the left was also way more focused about Donald Trump and what he was running on and his positions on Israel as well. So this is a completely disingenuous claim to make, because it's not true whatsoever. There was literally an election in 2024. That was what the online left was focused on. And it was also focused on Palestinians, but it was more focused on the election and how that would affect Palestinians. This campaign had the following effects. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. Not one fewer bomber bullet was fired by the IDF. Oh, guys, did you know that you protested genocide, but actually the genocide is still going on? So, checkmate, liberal. It may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump, guaranteeing that the U.S. will put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years. Okay. Yeah, because the Democrats were putting pressure on Netanyahu. Okay, let's continue. And making protests against Israel both much riskier and less effective. Trump is also incidentally a menace to me. Oh, wow. A menace to me and basically everyone I care about. A perfectly enlightened being would feel no bitterness about this, but I do. Wow. What level of feminism is it when you say don't advocate for other minority groups because I just want to get my rights? Like, there has to be a phrase for that. Honestly, it just sounds like she doesn't know how to critique Israel without sounding anti-Semitic. Well, I think Contra Points kind of gave the game away in this last couple of sentences. She blames the pro-Palestinian advocates for getting Trump reelected, and Trump is virulently anti-trans, and thus she gets personally harmed by Trump getting elected. She gets personally harmed by the leftists that were vocally pro-Palestinian. That's it. Donald Trump getting elected is, it's horrible for Palestinians. It is also horrible for trans people and immigrants, and all sorts of minority groups in the United States of America. Contra Points thinks if we had abandoned the Palestinian issue, I would be in a better spot right now because Kamala Harris, while Kamala Harris might not be pro-Palestinian and she might be the same on Palestine as Trump, Kamala Harris is much better on trans issues than Trump is. That's what Contra Points is talking about right now. So, obviously, at its core, I don't think that Kamala Harris losing to Trump was a result of pro-Palestinian activism. It definitely contributed, but there were so many different factors that contributed. It's impossible to say that it was any one thing. Kamala Harris could have changed any, like a multitude of things, a multitude of different factors about her campaign, and she could have won. Basically, I'm saying if there were different factors, Kamala Harris could have won having the same position on Palestine that she had. Okay, so that aside, if, let's say, Kamala Harris did lose because of her position on Palestine, if there are voting blocks saying, we're not going to vote for you unless you change your position on this issue, and you don't get their vote, you deserve to lose elections. That is the purpose of being a politician, to try to win votes. This is the Democratic playbook. Changing their positions to match polling. However, when it comes to Israel, they decided to change their positions to match their donors. And Democratic donors are pro-Israel, so they made the calculation, I'd rather get the bag than get the votes, and they lost elections. That is on the Democrats. And now we can talk about how Contra Points is advocating for the abandonment of one minority group so that her minority group that she's in can be protected. This is a privileged position that she's talking in. Even though she is a minority group, she is in a group that is definitely a rung above Palestinians right now. And you don't have true rights as a minority unless every minority group has true rights. Really, no one has equal rights unless everyone does. If you vote for a party that is willing to discriminate against one group of people, there is no guarantee that they're not going to discriminate against you. And I have to point out the irony of a trans person making the argument that it was the Palestinians that caused Kamala Harris to lose the election, when literally the day after the election, people were blaming Kamala Harris's position on trans rights for her losing the election. People make the same exact argument that Contra Points is talking about, but to throw trans people under the bus. Contra Points is making the argument we should have thrown Palestinians under the bus so that Kamala Harris could get elected and protect trans rights, when Jake Uger is literally made the argument we should throw trans people under the bus so that Kamala Harris could get elected and protect Hispanic people's rights. What the fuck are you guys talking about? You're literally advocating to drop an issue of social justice and an issue of advocating for equal rights for a minority group in order to protect rights from other minority groups. And you're attacking the people that are pro those rights. It wasn't just jank. I forgot the name of that. There was a Democratic politician going around, and he's like, Kamala Harris should have stood strong against trans people in women's sports. I don't want my little girl getting destroyed by a 6'2" trans woman with bulging muscles and a penis. I don't want my daughter to get destroyed while she's playing field hockey. It's the fucking irony of a trans person making this argument is, and once again, it doesn't have anything to do that she's trans, but she's advocating that Trump getting elected hurt trans people. and so we should have dropped the pro-Palestinian cause, when like every other Democratic strategist has said that Kamala Harris should have dropped the trans issue so that we could have protected like other people, like middle class people, white liberals. I mean, holy shit! This is so horrible. So is that's it? It's over. It's over now. Oh wait, no, there's more. Okay, there's some more. Take a screenshot. Oh, it down here. TLDR. I see the situation as bleak, intractable, extremely divisive, and devoid of any element that could be appropriately transformed into political entertainment. That's why I haven't made a video about it. I mean, at some point your videos have to inform people. Can't just be, I mean, you can add entertaining aspects to it, but you gotta talk about it. Hopefully it goes without saying that these are just my thoughts. I'm sure other bread tubers have different opinions. Wow, that's great. So Contra Points basically saying that Palestinians caused Kamala Harris to lose the election, which caused me trouble. So we shouldn't talk about it. Saying that Palestinians, posting dead Palestinians causes an increase in anti-Semitism, so we shouldn't post dead Palestinians. And then saying that advocating for an end to the genocide is useless, so you should just not do it. So love these statements from Contra Points. It's definitely keeping the plight of Palestinians on the top of her head, just like Ethan Klein. And speaking of the Kleiny boy, we have this. So Dexter Tonics said, podcaster Ethan Klein voices support for Contra Points on his Instagram story. It's important to remind people that there is space to be anti-genocide, but also against annihilating Israel. Okay. Thank you, Contra Points. It's important to remind people that there is space to be anti-genocide, pro-Palestine. Ethan's not either of those, but also against annihilating Israel. So let's get one thing straight. If you say, when Ethan says annihilating Israel, what he means is giving Palestinian equal rights as Jewish Israelis. That's what Ethan Klein means. If you give Palestinians equal rights as Jewish Israelis, then that is causing the annihilation of Israel. Okay, so let's go. Then he goes on. It is my belief that any lasting peace must have two elements: Palestinian self-determination and secure borders for Israel. So yeah, he's not saying we need to have equal rights. We need to have Palestinian self-determination, but also Israel controls the Palestinians, right? That's what secure. When Israel says we need to have secure borders, what they mean is Palestinians cannot have self-determination. I need to play this.
Please. No, you.
Oh, me? So this is a question for the Prime Minister. The likely next mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, and a vocal critic of Israel and of yourself, and has said he would arrest you if you came to New York City if he was mayor. Is that something you take seriously, or are you concerned about that? Do you have a response to that?
No, I'm not concerned about that.
I'll get him out.
Look, there's enough craziness in the world, but I guess it never ends. I mean, you have this is folly, and it's it's silly in many ways because it's just not serious. But what?
Oh my god, dude! When you're a war criminal devoid of any morals, and you've given up on defending yourself, and someone says, "I'm going to arrest you," your justification for why you shouldn't be arrested is It's silly because it's just not serious. He's just giving up. He's just giving up.
Is serious is the question I was asked before. After October 7th, people said the Palestinians had a state. Hamas state in Gaza, and look what they did with it. They didn't build it up, they built down.
So, you can't see him right now. This is Netanyahu. This is the president of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. This is him talking. And he's saying, yes, we're not going to give the Palestinians a state. Listen.
State. Hamas state in Gaza, and look what they did with it. They didn't build it up, they built down into bunkers, into terror tunnels, after which they massacred our people, raped our women, beheaded our men, invaded our cities and our towns and our kibbutzim, and did horrendous massacres, the kind of which we didn't see since World War II and the Nazis, the Holocaust. So people aren't likely to say, let's just give them another state, it'll be a platform to destroying Israel. We'll work out a peace with our Palestinian neighbors, those who don't want to destroy us, and we'll work out a peace in which our security, the sovereign power of security, always remains in our hands. Now people will say it's not a complete state, it's not a state, it's not that. We don't care. We vow never again. Never again is now. It's not going to happen again.
So we'll see you in New York next year?
Oh, well, look, I'm going to come there with the President Trump, and we'll see how do you know who the mayor will be? I don't know that.
Okay, so we'll watch the rest of this clip later, but this is the president of the genociding country saying that there's not going to be a state for the Palestinians. He literally said, people are going to say that, that's not a state. And he says, I don't care. They're not going to get a state. So, when we're talking about realistic solutions, you actually have to speak out, the normative, the null position, the natural position. If you don't speak out, if you're not an advocate for anything, you're not going to end up at a two-state solution. It's not like if you sit back, relax, put your feet up, turn your mind off, shut off the news. Oh, it's just Palestinian babies getting blown up every day. I don't need to see that. I already know there's a genocide going on. I'll just let the president handle it. I'll let Netanyahu handle it. I'll let my congressional reps handle it. And just gonna let the stream take me to where it will. I'll go along with the flow of the winds of time. You're not going to end with a two-state solution. You're going to end with a concentration camp of Palestinians, at best, at worst, complete ethnic cleansing. And so when Ethan Klein says, I'm an advocate of a two-state solution, he is not, because he doesn't actually advocate for it. He just tries to shut down advocacy of a one-state solution for equal rights with Palestinians and Jewish Israelis. That's what Ethan Klein is doing. He shuts down advocacy of a one-state solution rather than pushing advocacy of a two-state solution. He's not anti-genocide. He's not an advocate. He is a bully that tries to shut down advocacy and try to shut off criticism of Israel. That is what he does. And it's what Contra Points is doing too. By not speaking up, you're not being an advocate of a two-state solution. You're not being an advocate of stopping anti-Semitism. You're encouraging anti-Semitism because the normative position, the null position, is conservatives are anti-Semitic against Israel. They either want Jews to go to Israel so that the end times can come, which basically means they want all Jews to get nuked and go to hell, or they think Israel is controlling the world. And, every anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is applied to Israel. That's the null position. If you don't do anything, that's where we're going. That's what Donald Trump is. That's what Donald Trump and Netanyahu are encouraging with their actions. Okay, so it's just so fucking stupid that he thinks he's an advocate of his two-state solution and he's against genocide when he doesn't speak anything about the genocide that's going on. He hasn't mentioned once the fact that Palestinians are getting killed every time they try to get food from Israel. He hasn't mentioned that once. He hasn't once accurately mentioned even the death toll. Not even the motherfucking deaths. The only time he mentioned the total amount of deaths in Gaza, he said there was 40,000 people dead in his fucking content nuke against Hassan, when there was, at the time, the official count was 46,000, so he undercounted it by 6,000 people dead, and then he hasn't mentioned it a single time. And also, when he put out that video, the estimates were that hundreds of thousands of people were dead, crushed under the rubble. They were just missing. They didn't have the official deaths of all of those people. So, I mean, at every turn, it's been complete, just moral failures from Ethan to talk about this shit. Now he wants to pipe up and pretend that he's anti-genocide, but he's also in favor of a two-state solution. He's not doing either of those two things. He says he's in favor of a two-state solution only so that he can criticize the left for being in favor of a one-state solution. But he's actually in favor of complete ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, because if he wasn't, he would actually advocate for the end of the genocide. But he doesn't do that at all, dude. It's disgusting. The null position, if you just sit back, kick up your feet, and let the people in power carry on, then what's going to happen is there's going to be increasing anti-Semitism, as there is already, because the conservatives are going to get more and more anti-Semitic, and it's going to become more and more commonplace. And there's not going to be a one-state solution with equal rights for Palestinians and Jewish Israelis. There's not going to be a two-state solution where Palestinians have self-determination and Israelis have self-determination. There's going to be complete ethnic cleansing of Gaza and the West Bank. That's the null position. If you are actually an advocate of a two-state solution, like Bernie Sanders is, Bernie Sanders is actually trying to cause a two-state solution. He's trying to effectuate an end to the genocide. Ethan Klein hasn't done any of that shit, dude. He's just, like, Ethan is a disgusting human, and Contra Points is just as bad as Ethan. Now, Contra Points hasn't criticized leftist and pro-Palestinian content creators as much as Ethan has, so she's not as disgusting as him. But this post is not a good start, and it's a step in the wrong direction. So let's continue reading Ethan's fucking bullshit that he spewed out here. It is my belief that any lasting peace must have two elements: Palestinian self-determination and secure borders for Israel. Without both, peace fails. And so, I mean, we can talk about Ethan Klein's actual held position. His actual position on this is you just keep Palestinians in concentration camps for 50 years, and if they've been completely subjugated and they've been docile, good little pets to the Israelis, then Ethan will consider giving them equal rights as Israelis once they've proven that they've bred the terrorism out of their genetics. What a fucking cretin. Many leftists would rather focus on purity tests and social credits than having a meaningful and realistic conversation about creating a lasting peace. The reaction to your post will prove my point, unfortunately. I mean, once again, if you were actually anti-genocide, then your position on the Palestinians wouldn't matter. But you literally can't advocate against the genocide because you're stuck on saying criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. Like, he can't get past that first part in order to actually critique the genocide. Oh, yeah, Jessica. Contra Points' post reeks with privilege. She's literally, I mean, the privilege of being like, well, I'm hurt because people were advocating for Palestinians. Ridiculous. The privilege of being like, I feel like I shouldn't talk about dead Palestinian children because it could potentially contribute to some Jewish people feeling bad about wearing the Star of David, like the Star of David necklace, because like now that symbol is associated with a Holocaust state. It's like, really? Is that really why? You don't feel like you have an actual duty to talk about this? Okay, Um, I mean, it's just so fucking crazy. Being like, oh, well, I don't see there being an actual way to change anything here, so I'm not even going to advocate for there to be change. Like, really? Like, once again, not to play identity politics, but in this very post, you said you care about trans issues, and you're going to say that because it looks bleak and it looks like it's a politically difficult thing to attain, you shouldn't push for it. You said you care about trans issues. And you're going to say that if it's a doomed cause and it looks like a bleak, intractable issue where there's no consequential outlet for political will, then we should abandon it and we shouldn't talk about it? Do you want leftist content creators to treat trans people the same way that you're treating Palestinians? Not talk about the effects that this regime has had on trans people? Because, you brought up trans people a lot, and Kamala Harris lost because of trans people, so I don't know if we should really talk about trans people. Like, our politicians aren't really in favor, they're not receptive to pro-trans messaging from their constituents. Like, it's a very intractable position. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? I'm so tired of fence sitters too afraid to make their point. Oh, she made her point. She made her point for sure. Her point is that being pro-Palestinian caused Donald Trump to get elected, and that hurt her. So in her mind, she's blaming the leftists for complaining about Palestine too much, and that took away rights from me. Oh, did she make it? Oh, wait. Contra Points makes jokes about being trans? I thought it would be such a serious issue that, like, obviously you can't actually make content about it because, what did she say? She said, oh yeah, I don't see it, it is devoid of any element that could be appropriately transformed into political entertainment. I don't know. I don't know if trans people should really be used as political entertainment. That seems a little like it's a very serious issue, and I think that um, I think you shouldn't make it into political entertainment. So you really just shouldn't talk about it at all. Going off of Contra Points logic, obviously, why would you even make this post about why would you talk about anti-Semitism? That's a very serious issue. And the president is a very anti-Semitic person. He has Elon Musk, who's anti-Semitic. He has Mike Huckabee, who's anti-Semitic. Marjorie Taylor Greene is anti-Semitic. Charlie Kirk is anti-Semitic. It's a very anti-Semitic administration. It seems to be a very intractable issue. Why would you argue against ContraPoints in this post is making the argument against political advocacy, which once again, I pointed out how ridiculous it is to make a political argument against political advocacy. Then shut the fuck up. If that's your position, shut the fuck up. Like, represent your position. Come on. Lead by example and just shut the fuck up. It's like when you see trad wives on TikTok and they're wearing like skimpy outfits and they're cooking a roasted chicken or something, and they're recording themselves. You're a trad wife. Put down the phone. What are you doing? Like sexting people? Like, why do you need a phone? Are you making an OnlyFans? You're supposed to be a trad wife. Fucking cook, live in the kitchen, then go to the bed and like pop out some babies. I don't want to see your cleavage or your ass on TikTok. Shut the fuck up. Like, it's just, I'm so fucking sick of these liberals that can't get out of their own way. They're literally just like, no, leftists advocate too hard. Leftists advocate too hard for Palestinian rights. They advocate too hard for minority rights. I mean, it's the same with David Pakman when we talk about Palestinians. And I was like, oh, the leftists think they're too pure for me. And just because I disagree with them on like 10% of the issues, they somehow think that it's okay to criticize me. Well, the 10% of the issues is the genocide. That's what you say the 10% of the issues is. That's the 10% difference you have. The same with the Cenk Uygur, where it's like Kamala Harris should have just thrown trans people under the bus. But like, the leftists insist that trans women can play women's sports. Okay, so let's just take away their rights for one thing. Yeah, because that works. Let's just say that black people shouldn't be able to ride in the front of the bus, right? They always have to go to the back. It's just one thing. Stop insisting that black people have equal rights with everyone. Stop insisting it. That's what's going to cause the Democrat to lose the next election, because you insist on equal rights. Let's just have like 90% of the rights. Come on. I'm sick of this fucking stupid ass liberal argument of, oh, you can't advocate for equal rights for everyone. You have to pick and choose your rights. It's the same argument with immigration, right? Oh, the Democrats need to go further right on immigration because America hates immigrants so much that the Democrats can't be pro-immigrant. They cannot be actually in favor of immigration. They can't speak out about the positives of immigration. They can't advocate for a faster and smoother pathway to citizenship for immigrants. They have to go to the right. They have to build the wall. They have to use the funds to build the wall. They have to put children in cages, because Trump did it and he wasn't that unpopular. Like, he lost the election, but he still did it. So we kind of have to do it too. We have to beef up border security because, the Republicans say they want to beef up border security. So we're going to do it first and prove to them that, we're actually the same on you. We're the same as you on this issue. Just so fucking stupid. Okay, my ignorance is going to show, but can someone give me a TLDR difference between leftists and liberals in the US? Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Well, I'll try to do my best. Basically, I just explained it as like liberals kind of support the status quo. Leftists want to change things. Liberals, like, as I say, they basically advocate for themselves in this situation. They are, in favor of capitalism. They're in favor of the Democratic Party as in the way it is right now. I think liberals, not going to do a great job of explaining this, but I think that liberals imagine the government as kind of like a swinging pendulum. This is a way that I describe Hutch. It's a way that I describe a lot of Democratic politicians, where they think they don't actually need to change anything because obviously after 4 years of Donald Trump, it's going to swing back into the direction of the Democrats, and then the Democrats are going to have power. So whereas I think leftists actually can identify the growing threat of fascism and advocate for change. I think that in this most recent election with Zohran Mamdani was a leftist that was actually advocating for change, advocating for a fight against ICE, whereas Andrew Cuomo is, supportive of ICE. He's advocating for a massive increase in housing, whereas Andrew Cuomo is talking about how the free market is going to fix housing if you get rid of regulations. And while that's true, some regulations, you also need a governmental push. And obviously, it's not a neat box. There's going to be positions that liberals and leftists agree on, and there's going to be positions that they disagree on. But I think that the main crux of the matter is that liberals are kind of the leftists of 30 years ago. So leftists are pushing for kind of anti-capitalism, talking about the pitfalls of capitalism, and I think just being more in favor of pushing for equal rights and equality for people, whereas liberals will talk about how you need to kind of triangulate your position, get not really change the status quo, but advocate for enough of a change where you get a vote. And that's not going to be a great description of that, but let's actually take a look at this because that is the title of this stream, and I also wanted to talk about this. So this is FD Signifier. He's kind of like a progressive, but I think this is going to be interesting. Where have we learned anything from what happened to Bernie Sanders? So this is a good example. Like Bernie Sanders is advocating for Medicare for all. He's advocating for massive taxation increases on the top 1%, which is not something that the liberal Democrats of the party are advocating for. They're advocating for half measures, whereas Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani is going to talk about like rent freezes and a massive increase in housing. Kamala Harris is going to say that we're going to give people $25,000 for first-time homeowners if they're under an income bracket level. Whereas Zohran Mamdani is going to talk about free buses and government-run grocery stores. Kamala Harris is going to talk about like we're going to give tax cuts to people that start small businesses in minority majority neighborhoods. So kind of like half measures, trying to keep the status quo the same, but also having a slightly more like working class appeal to them, because that's kind of what the Democratic Party is. Although we have seen a switch of that in the most recent election where Kamala Harris tried to appeal more to conservatives and like upper class people, and Trump went more populist than Kamala did.
Mamdani mania is sweeping New York and the nation, but I'm worried that progressives aren't ready for what might come next. So if you're in any way politically...
By the way, out of a great phrase for Mamdani, and I think this should be a shirt. So the Democrats always say, vote blue no matter who. So Bernie Sanders got like stabbed in the back in the 2016 election, and also the entire Democratic Party coalesced around Biden to force Bernie Sanders out of the 2020 election. And then they say, vote blue no matter who. And now that Bernie Sanders won the Democratic primary nomination, all of a sudden, the liberals that are once again against this relatively radical policy that Zohran Mamdani is bringing in, and I say relatively radical because to a liberal, increasing taxes, that's radical. Free buses and government-run grocery stores, that's radical. Even though that's not true, that happens all around the world. It even happens in this country, but people can't wrap their heads around like a socialist running that actually wants to bring about meaningful change to working class people to make the city more affordable. But anyway, vote blue no matter who, for liberals but not for leftists. That's what we're getting in the Democratic Party. I want to see a campaign of Mamdani blue. It's like we need to come up with a shade of blue for Mamdani, call it Mamdani blue, and just have that be like the tagline. I want to be Mamdani blue. I think that just sounds good. Anyway, Mamdani blue, that's the flavor of Democrat I want. I want Mamdani blue Democrats, and I want to vote for them. So, let's see how Zohran Mamdani relates to Bernard Sanders. Come on, let's go.
Engaged, and you've seen New York mayoral candidate and winner of the Democratic primary for that position, Zohran Mamdani, on your screen or feeds a lot in the past few months. Mamdani came out of nowhere to somehow beat Democratic establishment choice and adjudicated sex pest Andrew Cuomo, a man that was for a moment being eyed as a presidential campaign hopeful way back in 2020 as he governed the state of New York during COVID. Cuomo had co-signed some Chuck Schumer, Amy Klobuchar, and Jim Clyburn, along with the funding and support of the Democratic establishment. And while his sordid past did him no favors, the real reason he lost isn't just that, it's because the magic behind Zohran Mamdani. Mamdani has a unique and dynamic background. He's incredibly charismatic, and he ran on a platform of basic and feasible policies. Some might call them kitchen table policies that support the working class of New York with sensible changes to the way things work up there to make it easier for people who actually have normal jobs to make a living and live in the city that they love. Because I am not in New York, I only paid passing attention through my New York peers and other pundits paying attention to the situation. But when I did watch a little bit of Mamdani over the past couple of weeks, I feel like, yeah, he might have something special, which is why a lot of progressives are excited. Mamdani's success could...
I mean, yes, he's incredibly charismatic. I don't necessarily agree that has a like a colorful and diverse past. He's lived in New York since he was 7 years old, and then worked as a state assemblyman, and now is running for mayor. Like, am I missing something? Are we talking about his rap career that's diverse? Um, and yeah, I think liberals or leftists and progressives are excited about Mamdani because he won. Like, of course, there was excitement before the actual election, before the primary. But like, there's way more now that Mamdani won. Okay, but like, let's let FD signifier speak his mind a little bit. I want the two-party system to be abolished. When democracy is choosing the lesser of two evils, everyone loses. Yeah, I mean, really, we just need ranked choice voting in this country. That's the key to this, and that's what allowed Zohran Mamdani to actually win this election, because the more progressive candidates endorsed each other and worked together to defeat Andrew Cuomo. And obviously, this can work against the leftists and the progressive caucus as well. Like, if multiple conservative candidates run, they can endorse each other, of course. But at the end of the day, there are more progressives, or there are more people that are going to vote for progressive policies because progressive policies are more popular. And so if you have a good campaigner like Zohran Mamdani representing these policies, they're going to win more than they're going to lose, because they're obviously, like, it's kind of a tautological statement, but if you're a good campaigner, you're going to win. And you also have to have good policies to get people to believe in you. So Zohran is incredibly charismatic. He had a great campaign strategy, both in the way that he was getting out in the streets and meeting people, but also in his social media campaign that he did. And he also had great policies, and the voting system worked in his favor. So yeah, obviously in every election there's multiple factors that contribute to deciding the winner and loser of the election, but I think that Zohran Mamdani kind of built a good roadmap. So, like, hopefully this can be replicated throughout the country, but ranked choice voting is a big part of that.
Signal to other progressive figures as well as the Democratic establishment as a whole that it's time to abandon the neoliberal oligarchical framework of the party, which is how it's been ran since Clinton won the presidency in 1996. And this has degraded the Democratic Party from the lesser of two evils to just the other evil over the last 30 years. There's a lot more broader implications to the success of Mamdani that I'll let others cover. There's a whole conversation about putting faith in the electoral system to begin with as well, which I'm not going to get into right now. There's also the fact that highly progressive candidates and outright socialists have been elected to offices before without great results because they haven't had the backing that they needed from people after they're elected, something I talked about in my stream clips video the other week. But what I want to talk about today is one specific thing that can make this a non-starter to begin with, considering that his opponent in the final election is current Mayor Eric Adams, and that in the primary, Zohran won every major group of voters except one, Black people. And I don't think y'all understand.
Wait, what did he say?
People. And I don't won every in the final election is current Mayor Eric Adams, and that in the primary, Zohran won every major group of voters except one, Black people. And I don't think y'all understand. The fact that Andrew Cuomo won Black people was something that was immediately brought to my attention as, of course, the king of the blacks. As everyone knows, I need to answer for all things Black people are doing, even in states and cities that I have no connection to. And because I take that role very seriously, I realized I would have to respond, because as far as I could tell, the people bringing this to my attention were doing it as some sort of gotcha, bitch, requiring me to answer for Black people that didn't vote for the obvious progressive choice for mayor, when I and others say all the time that Black people are more progressive than the general population.
So this is interesting. It's like, the fuck? I'm like, man, there's something buzzing in my room. So this is interesting. Like when he says it's a gotcha, I thought this could go two different ways, right? It could be a gotcha, like, oh, Zohran didn't win black people, so he's not actually progressive, right? Or I guess he's saying that it's leftists, racist leftists, sending it to FD signifier and being like, oh, gotcha, black people aren't progressive as you think they are, which is interesting. I mean, maybe they sent it to him and were like, can you explain why he didn't win black people? If it's right that black people are progressive, like I think that this could be a genuine question that he's potentially misinterpreting. But anyway, let's let him get into this. So I think that it is true that black people vote more Democrat than, well, it definitely is true that black people vote for Democrats more than Republicans. Let's just look up the stats for this. So, black Americans voting demographics. This is January 10th, 2024. This is old as hell. November 22nd, 2024. Okay, U.S. election results 2024. How black voters shifted towards Trump. Black voters have for decades predominantly voted for the Democratic Party, and that pattern on the whole hasn't changed. Harris appears to have won 80% of the black vote, according to an exit poll by the AP. That's a drop of 10 percentage points compared with 2020, when the current president, Joe Biden, won 9 of 10 black votes. That's crazy. So Trump won 20% of the black vote this time, according to the exit poll. He'd won 13% of the community's vote in 2020 and 8% in 2016, which in itself was the highest level of support by black voters for any Republican since George W. Bush in 2000. So, yeah, obviously, like, overwhelmingly vote Democrat. And as FD signifier himself just said, the Democrats backed Andrew Cuomo. So it might not necessarily be an example of black people being more progressive than other demographics, but it's more vote for the Democratic nominee. They vote for the party. They vote down party lines. Andrew Cuomo is by far the most recognizable name on the ballot. So yeah, they're going to vote for the most recognizable name. But let's see what FD signifier has to say here. But it just is true that black people vote for the Democratic Party. Like, that's just definitionally true. And so it would make sense that, once again, they vote for the person that is the most backed by the Democratic establishment. That just makes sense. And you can see this example in 2020 also. Like, Joe Biden won Georgia because he was the politician, he was the candidate that was backed by the Democratic Party, and black people voted for Joe Biden. Joe Biden won Georgia over Bernie Sanders. And even though Bernie Sanders won like the first 4 primaries, when it came to Georgia, Joe Biden won, Bernie Sanders didn't win. And even though Bernie Sanders is more progressive than Joe Biden, he ended up losing Georgia because, once again, Biden was the Democratic Party's nominee, basically. He was who the establishment was supporting, and he got the votes there. So obviously the Republican Party is extremely racist, and so it is an act of self-preservation to vote for the Democrat nominee every single time.
If that's the case, FD, why didn't they vote for Mamdani, who clearly had the more progressive platform? Why did they vote for Andrew Cuomo? And in response, I have this to say. It's clear some of y'all white progressives did not learn shit from what happened to Bernie Sanders. It hit me while I was streaming a couple of weeks ago.
Just, okay, you can say, why didn't you learn shit? But, like, could you answer the question too?
that white progressives as a whole still are not ready for the moment, because when I talked about the issue of race regarding Mamdani, and I was talking about the historical truth that progressive policies have always been popular in America until you acknowledge or mention that those policies might benefit black people, and someone responded in my chat saying, well, that sounds defeatist. Fox Herman says, no disrespect, but that's a bit defeatist, but I get what you mean. It's not defeatist, it's just facts. I'm 5'11". If somebody tells me I'm too short to play in the NBA, that's not defeatist. That's just facts. And I was thrown at this being the response, but then I remembered that to a lot of white leftists, and especially white liberals, race matters are the equivalent to like a foreign language they've learned just enough about to get by while they're gonna go on like an international trip. And the vast majority of them haven't even done that. To a lot of white leftists and white liberals, they're not racist.
Hit me. I'm not racist. I do have a black friend though. No, just kidding. Okay. Well, actually I do, but irrelevant.
Is because they understand why racism is a problem. They're doing it because they know it might get them in trouble. And that's why, to a lot of white leftists and white liberals, they're not racist because they understand why racism is a problem. They're doing it because they know it might get them in trouble.
So he's saying people are not racist because they're actually not racist, but they're not racist because they don't want to get canceled. Really? Wait, so someone asks him, hey, FD, why didn't black people vote for Zohran? Which is a fair question to ask. And FD Signifier's response to that is, white leftists aren't racist because they know that if they were, they would get in trouble. That's really his response? Like, okay. I'm gonna hear him out, but that seems an insane thing to say. He's like, white leftists and progressives aren't not racist because they're genuinely not racist, but they're just choosing to hide their racism levels so they don't get canceled.
Haven't even done that. To a lot of white leftists and white liberals, they're not racist because they understand why racism is a problem. They're doing it because they know it might get them in trouble. And that's why we keep on having this problem. It's to the point that when I bring up how race has a significant impact on any mainstream political project, people slander me with being an identitarian or using liberal identity politics, when in reality, I'm just pointing out huge gap in basic knowledge and strategy that people need to understand, especially if you're serious about anything around major electoral movements. Like, I get being less interested in race matters for the more radical folks out there. It's still a flaw, but I get it. But if you genuinely care about progressive politics and voting and winning elections and haven't done a full inventory on why Bernie Sanders lost black voters twice, then you have a lot to learn. And know, as much as I hate Jim Clyburn, it's not as simple as him controlling black voters. I'll explain by offering a little lore dump. I want to again admit that I was not and still am not a huge Bernie Sanders guy. To me, he's the best that exists.
Bro, just explain in your opinion why black people didn't vote for Bernie Sanders twice, and then also why they didn't vote for Zohran. And maybe you can't do that in a 16-minute long video, but that was the prompt, and you've chosen to ignore actually responding to the prompt. Instead, you've talked about how white leftist and progressive people aren't actually concerned about race issues, when the prompt you're responding to is a presumably leftist person asking you about race issues. Once again, I need him to. I've tried to explain it. Democrat or black voters don't want to go with Republicans because Republicans are racist, and so they vote Democrat every time. And the Democratic establishment, the candidate that the Democratic establishment backs, is who black voters vote for. And I think that's why they voted for Joe Biden in 2016. They voted for Joe Biden in 2020. Or not vote Joe Biden. They voted for Clinton in 2016. They voted for Biden in 2020. And then in 2024, when Biden dropped out and it wasn't abundantly clear who the next, let's just be honest, the DNC did a horrible job of promoting Kamala Harris as their person. Like, a lot of people didn't even know that Kamala Harris was the nominee. That's why you had a drop off in votes for Kamala Harris, because the establishment wasn't 100% behind her and didn't have time to promote her as the next thing, the next representative of, or the next figurehead of the Democratic Party. Like, they didn't have the momentum behind Kamala Harris, and as a result, the black vote dropped off. I think that's a pretty fair analysis of the situation. They don't want to go with the racists, and so they vote Democrat every time. Andrew Cuomo was the Democratic Party chosen candidate. Clinton was in 2016. Biden was in 2020. Kamala Harris was in 2024, but once again, she didn't have like the full backing of the Democrats behind her, like the full machine working at its maximum output, and you saw a drop off in votes. That's my explanation. Like, hit me with yours.
In a political party that has almost nothing to offer, but that's got less to do with Bernie as an individual and more to do with the party as a whole. And I am very different now.
Like, I can see what FD Signify is talking about. Like, obviously, race politics is a big thing because Republicans are racist. People need to, like, people do vote along racial lines when there is a racist party. Like, there's a party that hates minority groups, and so you should understand, like, you should definitely understand the intersectionality of different minority groups and the ways they vote. And I can see how there are some, like, yeah, as you say, economically focused leftist, socialist, communist, whatever, that are like, race is irrelevant, let's just be anti-capitalist. And it's like, yes, in an ideal world, race would be irrelevant and everyone should be an anti-capitalist first and foremost, but you also need to understand these voting demographics and what is important to them, right? I think that's kind of like where the discussion ends, because it's like, at the end of the day, we're just talking about campaigning strategies. And if FT Signify is going to talk to me about the different campaigning strategies, how a progressive could get more black voters, I'm all ears. But right now, all he's done is complain about, like, people online saying they don't care about racial demographics, when it's like, okay, like, they should care if they want to actually understand how campaigns work and the most effective way to run a campaign. But at the end of the day, it's irrelevant if they care or not. Like, the progressive candidate needs to care and they need to know so they can win the campaign.
Now than I was in 2016 when it comes to politics, when Bernie emerged as a major player in the Democratic Party. And I liked everything they was saying back then. I had not taken real leftist political ideology seriously, even though I've been greatly exposed to it, because like many black people, while I desired the socialism promised by Bernie Sanders and his movement, I had no faith that there was any chance it would win, and I didn't low-key trust that it was sincere. I was like...
Okay, so this is literally what I was saying, where... I mean, once again, I'm not going to try to extrapolate what FD Signifier said about himself to the black voting population in America. But he did just say, I, like many black people, felt this way, which is literally what I just said, where black people will vote for the Democratic safe choice. They'll vote for the person that the Democratic establishment coalesces behind. And I mean, as you said, I think you said it correctly, Leosh. If you have more to lose, the safer bet can look safer. It's what Contra Points just did. Contra Points is like, stop talking about Palestinians because you're making it harder for trans people to have rights. Basically being like, let's just make Kamala Harris the safest person for me, right? What Contra Points did is actually way worse, but it's kind of the same idea. Let's have the safest politician. Who's the safest politician? It's the Democratic establishment's pick. That pick is Clinton, it's Biden, it's Kamala Harris, and in the latest election, it was Andrew Cuomo. He was the safest pick. He was the person with the most name recognition. And I mean, we can talk about how the people with the most name recognition are the Democratic Party's establishment's choice because it's like they do a seniority. They do the person with the most seniority gets the pass. They get to hold the torch now. So they do kind of like a revolving door of people. If you last long enough, then it's your turn now. That's what the Democratic Party does. And so it was Clinton's turn. Then it was Biden's turn. It was Andrew Cuomo's turn. You know, he served as governor. And now he's running for mayor. So it's Andrew Cuomo's turn. And that's like, they're around a long time. So they have a lot of name recognition. And that's why Kamala Harris didn't get as many votes as Biden. Because she didn't have the same name recognition as Biden. A lot of people didn't even know she was running for president.
Most black people, especially post-Obama, very cynical and nihilistic towards our political system and invested in maintaining the status quo because the opposing options seemed like bigger threat. I had a lot to...
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm saying, except I didn't take a minute to like attack leftists and progressive people for no reason.
Learn, like most millennials my age, black and otherwise, right? Getting that out the way. It's been steady growth since then, growth that is far from being done. However, one hill I'm still dying on is recognizing how poorly Bernie Sanders, and more specifically, a lot of his supporters, manage black skepticism towards him. To this day, I love
this. So in a video responding to a question, why did Zohran Mamdani not win the black vote? I answered it immediately. FD Signifier went on to say the exact same thing I said, where he said, we're going to vote to maintain the status quo because that seems like the safest option. That's literally what I said. He then goes on to say, yes, I explained it in about 10 seconds, but now I'm going to attack the online supporters of Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani for being a little bit too zealous in their condemnation of people that didn't vote for Bernie and Zohran.
A lot of black folks, including black leftists and progressives, find it incredibly frustrating that Bernie supporters don't realize how bad they came off to black people at that time and how that hampered his movement. I know and understand the Bernie bro concept might be overblown, and it was a talking point developed by establishment Dems and the right to create a negative feedback loop between Bernie and black voters, but that doesn't mean it was a completely false narrative. I met numerous Bernie bro stereotypes in real life way back in 2016, and each one of those encounters left me more convicted in thinking that Bernie was nothing special. White leftists and progressives have deeply rooted anti-black tendencies and are far less accomplished in addressing those issues than they like to think.
I feel like I feel like I said the exact same thing you said about why black voters didn't vote for Bernie and why they didn't vote for Zohran. If your goal is to get white leftists and liberals to recognize why black voters weren't voting for the most progressive choice, you could have ended the video. You gave a reason for why black voters aren't voting for the most progressive choice. And now you're going to say that, that reason is true and that reason is like why. That's the only thing. But also, Bernie Sanders supporters were a little bit cringy towards me. Okay, but that seems irrelevant, right? Like, you talked about the voting patterns of the black population in this country and explained them. So now you're going to say that, it was personally affected by like Bernie bros that they met at political conventions. This is a little bit incoherent.
Like, I need y'all to consider the fact that Vosh was, and to an extent still is, a prominent...
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, Vosh is a Bernie bro that he's talking about? Dude, okay. This man is actually just like using this as an opportunity to attack people that was mean to him online or that he felt he had a bad interaction with online.
Each one of those encounters left me more convicted in thinking that Bernie was nothing special. White leftists and progressives have deeply rooted anti-black tendencies and are far less accomplished in addressing those issues than they like to think. Like, I need y'all to consider the fact that Vosh was, and to an extent still is, a prominent, influential figure in the online left and has only been sidelined because of his love of horses, not because of his persistent liberal racism, among other things. And I'm at a point now where I realize that, like, there's a lot of people in my audience that don't know who Vosh is, which is good. Please don't look it up. Just imagine, like, the parents from Get Out, like, imagine the white families from Get Out. Imagine what their kid might be like. You kind of get an idea. People like
Matt Goggles, you should have spelled it D-E-E-R. Oh dear, because that's what Vosh would be into. No, but we learned anything from what happened to Bernie Sanders. I'm confused about the construction of this video, because essentially FD Signifier started off and he's like, someone sent me a question and they're like, hey, why did black voters not vote for the most progressive option when you say they're the most progressive voting base in this country? Which, that seems to not be true. They're not the most progressive voting base. They're the most democratic voting base. And then FD Signifier could have just ended. He could have just responded and been like, well, black people want to vote for the democratic, safe pick, because they don't trust politicians. And like, these are his words. He literally said black people don't trust democratic politicians and they want to maintain the status quo because they know the Republicans are much worse. That could have been the end of the video. However, the video has to be a criticism of Bernie Sanders supporters. And so he, instead of like just coming out right out and saying that, he first starts and he's like, well, leftist commentators online aren't white leftist commentators online. White leftist commentators online are not racist because they're actually not racist. They're just not racist so they don't get canceled. That's what he said. Then he says that leftists actually have a big issue with black people and they choose to not talk about it. So he's just straight out said twice now that white leftists are anti-black. They have black racism, and they don't know how to talk about racial issues. When I literally said the same fucking thing that he said to describe and explain why black people vote the way they did. Okay, so let's just like run this back and see how we got to Vosh one more time. Yeah, also, don't look it up, just believe everything I say. Apologies again for my ignorance. Hey, don't apologize for asking questions. That's why I'm live streaming. If I didn't want people to be in chat, I'd be recording this as a video. White people made but is he saying cringe white people made a larger majority of black people to vote conservative instead of progressive? That's what he's saying. I liked Sean DeBlack's take on this video. For anyone having issues, maybe go give that a watch. Okay, yeah, I'll watch Sean DeBlack maybe too.
To it because, like many black people, while I desired the socialism promised by Bernie Sanders and his movement, I had no faith that there was any chance it would win, and I didn't low-key trust that it was sincere. I was like most black people, especially post-Obama, very cynical and nihilistic towards our political system and invested in maintaining the status quo because the opposing options seemed like bigger threat. I had a lot to learn, like most millennials my age, black and otherwise, right? Getting that out the way. It's been steady growth since then.
Okay, but like, what would you say is wrong about that position? Because he said that, you know, he liked Sanders' policies. He just didn't want to vote for him because he didn't think he could win in the general election. And he also had a sinking suspicion in the back of his mind that Sanders wasn't sincere about his policies, which, you know, that's never going to be addressed. It's impossible to know if a politician is sincere about things until they get into office, so that's kind of like meaningless to say. But then he goes on to say, you know, I grew a lot from that. But what did you grow on? Do you no longer like socialist policies? Do you no longer think that taking the safe position is always the correct position? Do you now think that supporting a progressive in the primary is the correct way to go? Because if the Democratic machine can get behind the progressive, they have a good chance of winning in the general election? Like, he doesn't actually he puts out a position which is honestly pretty reasonable to take. Like, I think it's kind of a silly argument to say, oh, vote for the person who has the best chance of winning in the general. I think that's kind of a silly argument, but I understand the argument. Like, it's an understandable position to hold. And then he says, but I've grown a lot since then. In what ways have you grown?
Growth that is far from being done. However, one hill I'm still dying on is recognizing how poorly Bernie Sanders, and more specifically, a lot of his supporters, manage black skepticism towards him. To this,
in what way did Bernie Sanders manage? Like, please tell me. Okay, maybe he will. There's 10 minutes left of the video. I doubt it because he goes on to talk about Vosh. But he says Bernie Sanders handled black skepticism towards him poorly. Let me look this up because I don't know if he's going to give an example. Bernie Sanders on black skepticism. Politico. Bernie Sanders clarifies comments about racism. Okay, wait, here we go. NPR is fucking sick, dude. Okay, so this is Bernie Sanders clarifies comments about racism hurting black candidates. Wait. This is about black candidates being hurt, not about Bernie Sanders. Because I thought Bernie Sanders did have something about, like, black voters. Why Bernie Sanders isn't winning over black voters, his lack of support about African Americans. What did he say? Does Bernie Sanders have any kind of statement talking about black voters and how they're not voting for him? He was taken to task for not paying enough attention to racial issues and criminal justice reform. Okay, like, fair enough. So he didn't focus on race, and that's him handling a lack of black voter enthusiasm poorly by just focusing on economics and affordability. Black people like socialists, but that may not help Bernie. Oh wait, I think, is this what we're talking about? Wait, this is Bernie Sanders talking about a massive amount of racial disparity in America. This is the opposite of the article we just read where he was criticized for not talking about racial issues. This is incoherent. Oh yeah, Bernie Sanders handled a lack of black voters poorly. But also, let me talk about Vosh right now. Like, come on, dude. Substantiate your claims. This is an edited video. This is a scripted and edited video where you can insert points to support your claims. You can insert video clips. Like, literally, the only video clip he's inserted so far has been a fucking horse.
Today, I, like a lot of black folks, including black, how poorly Bernie Sanders, and more specifically, I'm still dying on, is recognizing how poorly Bernie Sanders, and more specifically, a lot of his supporters manage black skepticism towards him.
Okay, let's just pause this here. He explained why black voters are not voting for progressives, right? Then he's like, but the hill I'm still dying on is how poorly Bernie Sanders and his supporters handled a lack of black enthusiasm for their candidacy. Why is that the hill you're dying on? Should you not be advocating for people that held the positions you said you held but then grew out of to also grow out of their positions? Like, why are you choosing to focus on the people that you said drove you away from progressive candidates instead of actually focusing on trying to attract people towards progressive candidates? You're like, let's talk about the people that were stopping black people from voting for progressives. Like the commenters, the Redditors, the supporters for these progressives. Let's focus on them, which is what the old me got stopped by, instead of being like, you know, I've grown. I understand that even if there is a lack of racial awareness in these progressive campaigns, which is not true, by the way. Like, we literally just saw an article of Bernie Sanders talking about the massive racial disparity in America. Zohran Mamdani is very keyed into racial politics as well as economics. So that's not true, but like, let's just say for the sake of argument, the supporters want to only focus on affordability and there's a complete lack of racial awareness. that's so hard for me to say because like Zohran Mamdani being pro-Palestine was a big part of why he was voted, like why he won the election. Okay, let's just say that is the case though. You should still be saying, yes, but I've learned from my mistakes, and even if they have toxic supporters that don't care about racial politics at all, the progressive candidate is still the right candidate, and I believe that they can win in the general election, and therefore I'm an advocate for the more progressive pick, even though they don't have the backing of the Democratic establishment. We should still vote for the riskier pick because I think they can win in a general election. That's why I'm in favor of them. That's why I'm endorsing them. That's why I'm advocating for you to also endorse the more progressive candidate, not go with the safe pick every single time. Because look at what that's gotten us. It's gotten us Donald Trump. Going with the safe pick every single time has gotten us backwards, right? Maintaining the status quo doesn't work. We need to actually push for equal rights, push for better economic rights, better racial rights, a lack of racial disparity. Like, come on, let's push for a more progressive leftist option. But instead, he's like, yeah, I was wrong back then. I'm not going to explain how I was wrong, but let's just focus on the cringy people that made me feel vindicated in being wrong.
To this day, I, like a lot of black folks, including black leftists and progressives, find it incredibly frustrating that Bernie supporters don't realize how bad they came off to black people at that time and how that hampered his movement.
Why you care? What? Bernie supporters came off as bad to black people and it hampered the movement. Well, you said black people weren't voting for Bernie Sanders for reasons beside they weren't voting for Bernie Sanders for reasons beside the Bernie supporters that weren't voting for Bernie Sanders because he was an unsafe pick, because the Democratic establishment didn't get behind him for a multitude of reasons. Oh my God. Why is it relevant that in 2016 he had some cringy supporters that were being mean to black people for not voting for Bernie Sanders and being like, oh, black people don't actually support Bernie Sanders? Should be irrelevant, right? Like, you're rehashing like fucking 9-year-old drama.
I know and understand the Bernie bro concept might be overblown, and it was a talking point developed by establishment Dems and the right to create a negative feedback loop between Bernie and black voters, but that doesn't mean it was a completely false narrative. I met numerous Bernie bro stereotypes in real life way back in 2016, and each one of those encounters left me more convicted in thinking that Bernie was nothing special. White leftists and progressives have deeply rooted anti-black tendencies and are far less accomplished in addressing those issues than they like to think. Like, I need y'all to consider the fact that Vaush was, and to an extent still is, a prominent, influential figure in the online left and has only been sidelined because of his love of horses, not because of his persistent liberal racism, among other things. And I'm at a point now where I realize that, like, there's a lot of people in my audience that don't know who Vaush is, which is good. Please don't look it up. Just imagine like the parents from Get Out, like imagine the white families from Get Out. Imagine what their kid might be like. You kind of get an idea. People like Sean Head.
They had a kid. They had 2 kids. So Vaush dates black women for so that his parents can steal their bodies. Like this is just so funny. So Vaush has inherent liberal racism that he's not doing a good job of addressing, and that made you stop supporting Bernie Sanders. Okay, come on, let's go.
Also ardent Bernie supporters, and I'm getting DMs from other leftists who are calling me to make a statement about black people not voting for Mamdani.
Yeah, Johnny, that's also a good point. It's like, you know, you're talking about the horses thing. Is that what he got canceled for, or was it the short stack goblin?
Y'all have some work to do. A whole lot of white progressives and leftists have a long way to go in recognizing those anti-black tendencies, especially when they feel like they're in the right about a political movement. And establishment Democratic strategists played on that in 2016, and they're going to do it again with Mamdani. And the same fan base is going to play right into their hands. How many times I need to hear from Bernie Sanders or from a Bernie Sanders fan that he marched with Martin Luther King? Y'all, why did you think you were cooking with that? That wasn't as bad as Hillary with the hot sauce in her bag comment, but it was in the same realm. And if you don't like hearing that, that's because you're part of the problem. And this is all before we get to phrases like low information voters. Woo! The unforced errors with y'all. You can, if you want, to say that this was all a smear campaign to frame the Bernie Sanders movement as racially tone deaf and overtly white. And to some extent, I want to be clear, it definitely was a smear campaign, but it was still successful. And it was only successful because white progressives were so underdeveloped in their understanding of race and engaging with the topic that they couldn't defend effectively against it. And that's partially because so many of these organizations and communities were devoid of black people to actually engage with and have conversations with about these issues. And if actual black leftists are resistant to being a part of your space, that again says something about your space, not about us. If you're still shocked, indignant,
But you already explained why you're a black leftist and you didn't vote for Bernie, not because he was racially tone deaf and the smear campaign worked, but because you thought Biden would be a safer choice because he was the more popular candidate. You just explained that, and I think that shows with the evidence that black voters vote for the establishment pick. That's what we're talking about. It's like people wanted to, I don't know, this is weird to me because it is the progressives, it is the leftists that talk about racial issues. Like as we say, we look up Bernie Sanders on race and you get a 4-minute video about him talking about the massive racial disparities in America. Joe Biden heavily campaigned in Georgia, which is a heavily black state. He got a lot of black voters and won the state, giving him enough momentum to get everyone else to drop out and endorse him. Is that an example of Bernie Sanders not campaigning and not having the equipment to combat the smear campaign that his campaign is tone deaf? Like, what were the examples? The examples were his campaign wasn't equipped to deal with the smear that he was racist. Is that the allegation?
Right about a political movement, and establishment Democratic strategists played on that in 2016, and they're going to do it again with Mamdani. And the same fan base is going to play right into their...
This is ignorant. I mean, the Democratic establishment has been smearing Mamdani as an anti-Semite, and it failed. That's what they're smearing him with. We'll see if they try to, I guess with Eric Adams, they might try to smear him as anti-black, but, we already saw Mamdani being fully equipped with the racial talking points to defend the smear campaign that he's an anti-Semite and a jihadist. I'm sure he's going to be able to talk about the same fucking things when they try to smear him as racist because less black people voted for him than Andrew Cuomo.
Hands. How many times I need to hear from Bernie Sanders or from a Bernie Sanders fan that he marched with Martin Luther King? Y'all, why did you think you were cooking with that? That wasn't as bad as Hillary with the hot sauce in her bag comment, but it was in the same realm. And if you don't like hearing that, that's because you're part of the problem.
How is saying I took part in the civil rights protest equivalent to saying I carry hot sauce around in my bag? Like, one is actually pushing for meaningful change, and the other is a meaningless, not to borrow a phrase from FD's channel, but a meaningless signifier that you identify with a part of, black culture. I think one's a little bit more important, although the Hillary Clinton thing is hilarious.
And this is all before we get to phrases like low information voters. Woo! The unforced errors with y'all. You can, if you want, to say that this was all a smear campaign to frame the Bernie Sanders movement as racially tone deaf and overtly white. And to some extent, I want to be clear, it definitely was a smear campaign, but it was still successful. And it was only successful.
So it was a smear campaign that it was a racially tone deaf campaign, or that it's a racially tone deaf candidate. That's kind of crazy. That was the smear, that he's just racially tone deaf?
Successful because white progressives were so underdeveloped in their understanding of race and engaging with the topic that they couldn't defend effectively against it.
That's so fucking crazy. Saying that white progressives were underdeveloped in talking about race when Bernie Sanders was literally at the civil rights march, like advocating for an end to civil rights, when Joe Biden wrote like the war on crime bill helped develop the war on drugs, which is a racialized bill, and it definitely like predominantly targeted black people over white people. And we're talking about Bernie Sanders being unequipped to talk about race, and Bernie Sanders is racially tone deaf. Dude, like, he's confusing campaigning in a majority black state, or a state with a lot of black voters, with being racially aware. Like, he's saying Joe Biden was woke, Bernie Sanders was not woke. That's what he's saying. And because Bernie Sanders was not woke, he was not able to adequately argue against the smears that Joe Biden put on him. Like, Joe Biden just had the backing of the Democratic establishment, and he was also the safer choice. Like, you explain that at about the 2-minute mark of your video.
And that's partially because so many of these organizations and communities were devoid of black people to actually engage with and have conversations with about these issues. And if actual black leftists are resistant to being a part of your space, that again says something about your space, not about us. If you're still shocked, indignant, and in denial of what I'm saying here.
But what are you talking about? What space? You're not talking about the campaign, right? Like, if black leftists don't want to advocate for Bernie Sanders, how is that the fault of other leftists that are advocating for Bernie Sanders? You're saying that Bernie Sanders' campaign was tone deaf about racial issues, and that caused black content creator leftists to not support him? But you're saying that it wasn't actually tone deaf. Like, I don't fucking know. Like, he's saying that it was smeared as tone deaf, but he's also saying that it actually was tone deaf because it wasn't equipped enough on racial issues to defeat the smear that it was tone deaf. So it's a smear that was actually the reality of the situation, and the reality of the situation caused it to not actually be able to defeat the smear. So then you are saying that it was racially tone deaf. This is... Basically, he's just like, I got a bad vibe from Bernie Sanders supporters, and so I didn't support him.
Here, you're probably part of the problem. If your reflex here is defend your susceptibility to the strategy that we have clear proof of working, then you are not ready for what comes next. It should not be lost on you that Jim Clyburn, the man whose only real role in the Democratic Party is to deliver the black vote, specifically here, the largest population of black voters, which are black boomers and petite bourgeois folks, he came out in support of Cuomo all the way from South Carolina for no other reason than to create the exact result that happened. Cuomo has been iffing at staying in the race as an independent.
Yeah, so this has nothing to do with edgy voters that are edgy supporters for Zohran or Bernie that are tone deaf about racial issues. And it has everything to do with the Democratic establishment telling black voters what is the safer vote, and then black voters voting for that because they're like, oh, please God, I don't want a Republican to ruin my life. Like, dude, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say black voters vote for the establishment pick and also say they would vote for the progressive pick, but there's some like unsavorable characters that also support that progressive pick. Like, come on, you have to pick one. You can't drive in both of these lanes at the same time.
But it looks like he won't, especially after Al Sharpton of all people urged him not to. And you might think, well, hey, that's actually good. That means he might swing more people towards Mamdani. No, I think he's going to support Eric Adams. Eric Adams is playing a very dirty game right now and using classic tricks that happen with powerful black men in black spaces who cover up their wrongdoings by cleaving to issues of race and the black church. When you look at Eric Adams speaking these days, he's surrounded by all the recurring characters in the background. It looks like a clip from the Boondocks. And the thing I know is that a lot of you do not know how to engage with the population that's being presented there. And that population is still very important to anybody that's trying to win an election pretty much anywhere in this country. Now, just off numbers, I don't think Mamdani will lose to Adams. Adams has his own scandal.
I mean, pretty obviously, if you're talking about, you've spent this entire video saying that the black voters in this country vote for the safe pick, right? So they vote for the Democratic establishment pick. They vote for the person who the Democratic establishment endorses. So if you're talking about, oh, you don't know how to engage in these numbers, I don't know what engage in these numbers means, but like deal with this strategy from Eric Adams, the obvious answer is get the Democratic establishment to back Mamdani. Let's all go Mamdani blue. Vote blue no matter who. Vote for Mamdani blue. Like, come on, this is quite obvious. Like, let's just tap. You've set up the putt. The ball is at the very tip of the hole right now. Just drop it into the hole. Just like tap it in. Come on, tap it in. You're almost there. Like, you're like, okay, black voters vote for the establishment pick. Zohran Mamdani just won the primary, but he didn't get the black vote. What should we do? Let's make him the establishment pick. Let's get the establishment to support Zohran, and then he's going to get black voters. Because you just said black voters vote for the safe choice. They vote for the establishment pick. So let's get the establishment behind Zohran. Let's get that Mamdani blue pumped up. It feels like a very simple A to B conclusion that we can draw.
Like I just said, as well as the taint of Donald Trump on them right now. And there still is an actual Republican candidate, so it's like they're probably going to end up siphoning votes off each other. But they're already testing waters on how to utilize anti-blackness to derail Mamdani's wave. I'm already seeing TikToks complaining that Mamdani didn't support Kamala Harris, which is some bullshit. But trust me, I know it carries weight with some black folks. And then we also have this story about him allegedly putting African American on his college applications, which the unforced errors with y'all are astounding. You low
With who? What do you mean with y'all? I didn't fill out his application.
key do not deserve to win for doing this type of dumb shit. But we move forward. And we move forward.
Mamdani's a white leftist now? He's literally born in Africa, lived in Africa for 7 years, and his family lived in Uganda for 100 years before they moved to New York. And now, like, FD signifiers, he's saying that Zohran Mamdani is a white leftist who's doing unforced errors that are racist. And he's not racist because he's not racist. He's not racist because he doesn't want to get canceled. Like, what the fuck?
Because Mamdani does have a degree in African American studies, and his father is low-key, from what I heard, a pretty significant figure in that field. And so I assume that he knows how to maneuver around these issues way better than Bernie Sanders did. And maybe that'll set a different tone
What are you talking? Give me an example of Bernie Sanders not maneuvering around racial issues effectively. Give me one example of that, please.
Followers. But I'm less worried about him and more worried about y'all. I don't know if y'all are disciplined enough not to repeat the same mistakes of 2016.
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? What? Like, look at lolly porn? Is that what you're talking about? What are you talking about? You didn't even give a single example of, like, you just brought Vosh up out of the blue. Didn't give a single example of how he caused black support for Sanders to plummet, and then you just moved on from that. You're like, oh, Vosh is a racist liberal, don't look him up. And then you're like, and Bernie Sanders was unable to overcome the smears on his campaign. And, Zohran, he's probably going to be able to overcome it, but I'm still worried about people like you watching.
don't know if you all have built a ground game to be present in black spaces to actually talk to those voters, as opposed to try to debate and browbeat them and shame them into voting for a candidate that is better than the one they're thinking about voting for. And again, I don't know if y'all appreciate the fact that me and like 20 other black leftist creators that came up in the last couple of years for this entire time were in unison pointing at Vosh in the white leaf community as a problem, and we couldn't seem to break through to a lot of people.
Dude, you said black voters don't vote for the progressive option because they vote for the Democratic establishment's pick, right? So how is Vosh stopping black people from voting? How would me reacting to your video stop black people from voting for Zohran? You said yourself the mechanisms on how to get black voters to vote for Zohran. You need the Democratic establishment to coalesce behind him. You need like some actual some like avenues to campaigning to black people, like Jim Clyburn, which is what FD brought up as a good avenue to get black voters. You need those avenues to be opened up that the Democratic establishment holds. They control those avenues. You need the Democratic establishment to use those channels to support Zohran. That's the end of the discussion, right? Like, if people watch me and they are influenced by me, they're voting for Zohran. That if they watch Vosh, they're voting for Zohran. They're not going to be turned off because they watch Vosh. People aren't going to watch Vosh and be like, wow, he's racist. I'm not going to vote for Zohran because of Vosh. What the fuck are you? Actually, what are you talking about? Like, is Vosh knocking on black voters' doors in New York City and trying to debate them into voting for Zohran? This is a Venn diagram that's just two completely separate circles. The people that would be influenced by Jim Clyburn to vote for Zohran don't know who Vosh is.
Until he got caught up on his taxes. If you know, you know. There's gonna need to be some internal auditing on how easily some of you get tripped up by this stuff. This movement is really gonna need to mobilize black Gen Zs and millennials to cancel out the votes of their parents and grandparents who will show up to vote. They are definitely gonna show up to vote. Will the young people show up to vote? That's another question. That's always the question. And you're going to have to engage that population without coming off like debate bros, which is gonna be hard because I know a lot of you only hear a black voice when you click my videos. And even then, I don't think some of y'all are fucking listening. And for those black Zs and millennials locked in with Mamdani, because he has reached y'all, don't get mad at me here. Call me an unk if you want. But I need y'all to go to church. I'm gonna need y'all to put on your best outfits, to press your hair around.
Wait, so he literally said don't be a debate bro on black people, but also like be a debate bro on black people, like go to church and debate your elders into voting for Mamdani.
Out to cover up whatever tattoos, take all your piercings out your face, and I need y'all to go to church every Sunday until election day and talk to those aunties and uncles who are not convinced about him. And you're going to need to be patient and empathetic and not judgmental and smarmy, which I know is hard for all leftists.
This is so fucking stupid. If it's a leftist issue, then what does it matter if they're black or white? Just like, you're basically saying just campaign for Zohran. That's what you're like. This is so fucking dumb. He's basically like, campaign for Zohran, do it in a way that isn't off-putting, shower, brush your teeth, comb your hair, and also talk to black people. Campaign with populations that didn't vote for Mamdani to get them to vote for Mamdani. Wow, great. That's like a 10-second video. All right, there you go. Look presentable, don't be off-putting, campaign. I mean, also, like, yes, you're saying campaign in a way to reach people that didn't vote for Mamdani, right? That's what he's saying. Go to churches, go to black churches. If you live in Jim Clyburn's state, what state is he? Is he Georgia? I'm not sure, but if you live in Jim Clyburn's state, call him, get him to endorse Zohran Mamdani. In fact, whatever state you live in, you should call your Democratic representative and get them to endorse Zohran Mamdani. You can sign up with Progressive Victory to do phone banking for Zohran. Like, he's just saying, campaign for Zohran. That's all he's saying. South Carolina. He's saying go to the community and listen. No, he's not saying that. He's saying go to the community to meet people where they are and campaign for Zohran. That's what he's not even saying go to the community and listen. Okay, like,
don't get mad at me here. Call me an unk if you want. But I need y'all to go to church. I'm gonna need y'all to put on your best outfits, to press your hair out, to cover up whatever tattoos, take all your piercings out your face, and I need y'all to go to church every Sunday until election day and talk to those aunties and uncles who are not convinced about him, and you're going to need to be patient and empathetic and not judgmental and smarmy, which I know is hard for all leftists. I've had these same conversations with my own aunts and uncles and parents and whatnot. It is not easy, but they are movable, because what I think a lot of leftists and progressives, even black folks, don't fully understand is that black voting habits aren't driven by ideology, they're driven by cynicism and survival instinct. I had a great talk with Maurice Mitchell from the Working Families Party, who was a Mamdani supporter, on the Signified podcast channel, and he explained an important thing people don't understand about black voting habits.
Because black people, we're operating on multiple levels. Not only do we vote on the values we believe in, we also have a consciousness that is keyed into what we think the majority white country we live in will accept.
Again, there's going to be a reflexive defense from some of you to call this identity politics. Please don't take this as me being negative towards Mamdani, because some of you...
I mean, yeah, it is identity politics, but at some point, well, yeah, I guess it is identity politics, but it's more of like demographic politics. At some point, like, that's just a reality of the country. You have to engage in identity politics to a little bit. I mean, campaigning for someone entails hearing them, right? Like, I door knocked for Kamala Harris. You had to talk to people about the issues that were important to them. That's a given. That's an assumption. When you campaign for someone, of course you're going to listen to them. Of course you're going to be empathetic to them and try to understand them. But he's not saying just listen to the community. He's saying campaign for Zohran. Yeah, dude, that's great. That's great. Yeah, you should campaign for Zohran. That's literally what Vosh has been advocating for people to do. So, yeah, he's actually like set up links for people to phone bank for Zohran Mamdani. Don't know why you're shitting on him here, but I guess he made you feel uncomfortable like 6 years ago or whatever. Anyway, so yeah, white leftists are racist, and if you want to get the black vote to support Zohran, you should campaign with black people. That's his video. Like, I'm sorry for being reductive here, but that's pretty much all he's saying. Yeah, and I 100% agree with him. If you want Zohran Mamdani to win the election, you should campaign with people that aren't going to vote for him. And as a part of campaigning, you need to understand their wishes. You need to understand their voting patterns, which is important. Like FD Signifier talking about how black people vote for a self-preservationist style of voting. That's useful knowledge. It's not useful knowledge to be like, oh, well, Bernie Sanders was ill-equipped to deal with the smear, that he was ill-equipped to deal with racial issues. That's not helpful whatsoever. That's like actually the opposite of helpful. That just muddies the message of this video. But yes, if your conclusion is, please get out and campaign for Zohran Mamdani, phone bank, go talk to your neighbors, talk to your relatives, your extended family. Yes, 100% do that.
Y'all are sensitive like that. I understand. I'm just trying to help in my own way. and recognize that the numbers might be of such that this doesn't matter in New York. But understand, Jim Clyburn and the Dem establishment are not going away anytime soon. And there will be opportunities to shift the Overton window to weaken their power in the Democratic Party in the next few years. And if folks who are invested in electoralism aren't also invested in building connections to black voter strongholds and unpacking their own anti-black tendencies, then the establishment is going to run the exact same play on y'all like Jordan and the Triangle Offense in the 90s. Please make adjustments. Let's talk about today's.
Well, okay, so we're going to do an unethical react and not react to the sponsor, but I think it's also fair to say that you can campaign for Zohran by calling your Democratic representatives, by trying to shift the Democratic Party to get behind Zohran. Like FD Signifier has said it multiple times in this video, that black voters vote for the establishment's pick. And so if you can get the establishment to pick Zohran, that's doing a lot to campaign for Zohran among black voters. Okay, well, that was that video. Have we learned anything from what happened to Bernie Sanders? And he's like, yes, campaign for Zohran Mamdani. What do we have? Young black and Latino voted for Zohran. Older folks didn't. That should be noted. FD is Black Gen Z. I can't go to black church without bursting into flames. I mean, yeah, there's also a generational divide here. Zohran Mamdani's father's essays, lectures, and books have really shaped my perspectives on global politics. Mamdani is trying to reach the black immigrants as well. As an African-American native New Yorker, and I proudly voted for Mamdani. Old black people need to catch up. I believe Mamdani won the young black vote. I mean, this video is fine, right? I appreciate this video because he does point out an interesting dynamic in politics where Democrats assume, we have the black vote locked in, but then you see, and then you assume that it's like, oh, black people are more progressive than white people on a whole. But then you see black people within the Democratic Party, they vote for the less progressive option. So that's an interesting dynamic, right? And he explains that. But then he derails into a weird rant about how white leftists are not ready to deal with racial issues, and they weren't ready to deal with racial issues. And even though that, when it came to Bernie Sanders, and even though that wasn't why black people didn't vote for Bernie Sanders, it still left a icky taste in his mouth. And then he goes on and he's like, okay, but if you want to reach black people, you should campaign with black people to vote for Mamdani, which is obviously the most, that's the most obvious statement in the world. But then he's like, yeah, but if you don't try to get the establishment to be more progressive, and you're not going to be, and you're not willing to react to your own racist tendencies as a white leftist, then the establishment is still going to win. So he's somehow is able to, in his mind, conflated voting for a leftist in Zohran and fighting the establishment with dealing with your own racial, anti-black racist tendencies as a leftist. So if you don't deal with your anti-black racist tendencies, you uphold the Democratic Party status quo, which is somehow going to be anti-Zohran. This is the thing, guys. FD Signifier, I mean, obviously he has reasons. FD Signifier has reasons to believe that white leftists are racist against black people. And he talks about Vosh as a prime example of that. Didn't give any actual examples of Vosh being racist, but he says Vosh is a leftist but also a liberal racist. So saying that white leftists have a racial, a anti-black racist issue, but then also says that Vosh is a liberal who's a racist. So his issue with leftists is muddled in and of itself. But then he has a valid idea for a video, but he shoehorns in this weird crusade that he has against this enemy that he can't actually point to any evidence of existing. And it has no relevancy to the rest of his video. The rest of his video makes sense, but then he's like, oh yeah, but there's also some racist leftists that somehow are pro-establishment, but also pro Zohran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders. But like, if they don't get rid of their racism, then the establishment's going to still maintain itself. Like, it's just it's nonsensical. But anyway, yeah, I agree with FD Signifier that black people vote in a self-preservationist way. And I actually, to my credit, I said that before FD Signifier said it. But anyway, guys, so that was FD Signifier with a pretty silly video. But yes, you should vote, you should campaign for Zohran Mamdani because it's not over yet. He is not the mayor yet. And honestly, even if he becomes the mayor, you should still campaign for him by calling your Democratic representatives and trying to get them to publicly endorse him and go more like support his policies and push for his policies in your state. I think if Zohran gets elected and he starts enacting his policies, that would be a great precedent to be set, which you can then use to hammer your representative, call them every single day, make them hate you until they actually like start publicly shifting their positions and advocating for the same things Zohran advocates for. All right, what's the chat saying? You guys like? You guys agree? You hate me? I don't think Bernie is relevant to Zohran. Bernie was not great at going off message and seeming sincere about race issues, even though I know he cares about them. Zohran doesn't have that issue. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, he's trying to say that Bernie Sanders' campaign suffered from a lack of like talking about racial awareness, but then he's like, yeah, but Zohran doesn't have that issue at all. So how is Bernie Sanders' campaign relevant then? It's not relevant at all. Sometimes I feel like FD projects cynicism like a lib. He is pretty cynical. Building rapport will have a better chance of winning the vote. I mean, yeah, that's just true in any kind of campaigning, irrelevant of identity politics. You obviously need to build a rapport with a person. You can't like throw a rock you can't throw a rock with a fucking campaign pamphlet tied to it at someone's window and expect them to vote for you. You obviously need to build rapport. You need to be empathetic. You need to make them feel like their interests and their wishes are understood and heard by you and are going to be addressed by the candidate that you are pushing on them. Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Awesome. Thank you so much. So, okay. All right. I've been streaming for almost 3 hours, guys. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's happening. So we covered Contra Points. Contra Points being like, we shouldn't post pictures of dead Palestinians because then I'm going to feel bad. So we covered Contra Points. We covered FD Signifier. Oh, this is funny. Do I secretly hate Zohran Mamdani and white people? Nah, like, that's stupid. He doesn't hate Zohran Mamdani and white people. I think he has a weird hang up when it comes to, like, maybe I should watch FD Signifier more and see if he has actual examples of white leftists being racist. But like, he didn't do himself any favors in this. Okay, so we read Contra Points, we watched FD Signifier. You know what time it is? You know what time it is. r/H3H3 Productions. Oh, what the fuck is this shit? Not the image I was expecting to find when I opened up this subreddit. Dude, this shit has been crazy. I haven't seen, okay, guys, I haven't seen any Ethan Klein content since they've been back. So they've done like 3 shows this week. If you count the Thursday show, I don't know if they did a Thursday show. 3 or 4 shows this week. Ethan's been saying some unhinged shit, obviously. Apparently, like, his community is now endorsing reporting Adam McIntyre to ICE, so they're now deporting people from this country. Watch FD on Sassan's stream. His finger on the pulse is outdated. Yeah. Okay. They didn't play the most hypocrite. Okay, so we might need to just like watch some of Ethan's podcast. Wait, what the fuck is okay? Oh god, this Reddit is so cursed. Holy shit. So there's some crazy shit happening here. This community has just gone full authoritarian fascist. Like they are in favor of they're basically in favor of not really criticizing Israel at all because they say it's anti-Semitic. They're in favor of deporting people if they are in this country legally. What is this? Damn, we almost had him. What do you think about Palestine? But can I get Ethan, free Palestine? Can I get a free Palestine? Free Palestine? Okay. Like, oh yeah, Ethan apologized to Cav. Ethan apologized to a billionaire, or a millionaire at least, publicly. Like, he had to do a public apology to a millionaire that sued him for defamation while simultaneously doing the exact same fucking thing to smaller content creators. Like, the irony's off the charts. Oh my god, okay. Holy shit, posting an interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, that's great. Oh yeah, look at this. New Ethan Instagram story. This is deranged and I hope more people are about to see it. So once again, Contra Points is like, yes, posting pictures of blown up Palestinian children is actually harmful to the cause because it's making people like anti-Semitic or something. So that's what Contra Points said. Oh, this was funny. Another snarker harasses Ethan and Ela in public today. Rolling Stones misses the mark on snark. They're criticizing Rolling Stones episodes. Oh yeah, we have to like talk about this one too. Okay, we'll talk about this one and then we'll get into some of the actual podcast content. So oh wait, I just need to satisfy my curiosity about this. My friend Denim's bent over and this happened. Is this COVID related? Is it too So I just remember I got into an argument with a H3 fan and they're like, Ethan never criticizes people for their physical appearance and that stuff gets banned from the podcast. He only criticizes people for their actual content of their character. And the top fucking comment with over 200 upvotes is it too far to say her face even kind of just annoys me? Not saying she's ugly, just saying she even looks annoying. But like, she usually looks pretty, but I don't even know if it was her or not at first. Her face, is it too far to say her face is annoying after she promoted her fan base to weaponize CPS and potentially cause trauma to children? Dude, these people are so crazy. Bit harsh but fair. She reminds me of Arthur. Okay, anyway, okay, so what do we have here? Let's play this clip.
All right, hey look, we got a question for you. Go on, sir.
Back again.
All right, hey look, we got a question for you.
Sure.
We already know what your answer is.
Yeah, go
But
ahead.
what is your stance on Palestine?
I love it.
You love Palestine?
Yeah, I love Palestine.
But you went to Israel though. You support Netanyahu.
No, I don't.
You don't support Netanyahu?
No.
Stop it, bro. She was in the IDF.
He voted against him.
You voted against him. What
Yeah.
about Ben Gvir? How do you feel about Ben Gvir?
Oh, I think he's insane. Yeah, he's a monster.
You think he's a monster?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I've said that. No, that guy sucks. I
Okay.
mean, he's worse than sucks.
All right, cool. So this is the final test, buddy. Get a free Palestine from me.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine?
Yeah.
From the river to the sea?
Yeah.
My man, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. What about you? You were in the IDF. So, wait, hold on. You were in the West.
Dude, she's not gonna say free Palestine. Holy fuck, like, motherfucker. Okay, obviously, they have a right to not engage with this person at all. But they're choosing to engage with this person who, let's just be honest, is harassing them. He is harassing them. They don't have to engage with him, but they are engaging with him. So if you're going to engage with him, you can't say free Palestine. Like, come on, even Gila's engaging with him too, right? It's not like Ethan is the only one doing it and Gila's in the background not saying anything. She's like, no, yeah, Ethan didn't vote for him. Yeah, I was in the IDF, but like we didn't vote for Netanyahu. And then the guy's like, all right, I'm out of here. Can I get a free Palestine? Gila's like, dude, what? What? Ethan. I thought you said from the river to the sea was a genocidal statement, bro. I thought you said that, like, saying free Palestine, 2 days after October 7th happened, that's pro-Hamas. Saying free Palestine is pro-Hamas. Like, Ethan literally said that, too. In his last podcast with Hassan, some guy said, like, let's go Palestine. And Ethan's like, that's a pro-Hamas statement right there.
All right, cool. So this is the final test, buddy. Get a free Palestine from me.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine?
Hila says, what is the test for? Well, Hila, if you say free Palestine, you're an advocate against the genocide and the apartheid that Israel is putting onto the Palestinians. So it's basically saying, do you support the apartheid or are you against the apartheid? Like, she even asks, what is the test for?
Yeah.
From the river to the sea?
Yeah.
My man, I appreciate that. Okay, cool. What about you? You were in the IDF. Wait, hold on. You were in the West Bank. You used to go in people's houses in the middle of the night?
No.
She's a secretary.
I was a secretary.
You were a secretary. Yeah? Can we get a free Palestine from you?
Sure, free Palestine.
Guys, I'm against harassing people. You can harass politicians. I feel like that's fine. Like, politicians that send weapons to Israel, like, fuck them. They deserve to be harassed. They deserve to get protested outside of their house. Ethan and Hila, they're pieces of shit. Sure, you can go up to them. You can yell at them. I don't give a fuck. That was embarrassing. Ethan's like, from the river to the sea is a genocidal statement. In fact, even Norman Finkelstein says that from the river to the sea is bad. He's like, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Isn't right. It should be from the river to the sea, Palestinians should be free, not Palestine. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? This guy, he's like, I love burning money. I'm gonna kick some ass when he's in his studio behind a camera, surrounded by his friends with literal armed security outside of his house. He's like, yeah, man, I'm such a boss. I look so fucking hot that a guy on the street comes up to him with a camera in his face and he's like, hey, bro, can I get a free Palestine from you? And he's like, free Palestine? From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? Dude, are you fucking kidding me? He literally called his wife a terrorist, and now they're like, oh, she was only a secretary. Oh, man. Come on, what are the comments? That went better than I was expecting, but it still makes me sad and uncomfortable that they have some busted TMZ wannabe harassing them in public. Okay. Hey, that's actually, like, surprisingly civil from these people. Bro got stunlocked after E&H said free Palestine. He didn't get stunlocked. He said last thing. Can you say free Palestine? He literally said last thing. Wait, what the fuck? They're all truly brainwashed. All this in-house fighting among people with most of the same beliefs is pure insanity. Dude, Ethan doesn't even believe it's a genocide. He doesn't believe Israel is an apartheid state. He doesn't believe that Palestinians should have a separate state, like have the right to self-determination. He believes they should be in a concentration camp for 50 years until they get completely domesticated and they're like the perfect little docile slaves for Israelis. That's what he believes. Are you fucking kidding me? We have most of the same beliefs. Yeah, then I want to hear him advocate against the genocide just once. Like, come on. We're going to pull up his podcast. Give me one time in this week where he advocated against the genocide. He had 3 podcasts for it. I'm beginning to understand why Ethan would rather stay at home with the kids. Oh my god, consequences for my actions. I'm a shitty person on my podcast and then someone comes up to me and talks to me in real life and like confronts me on positions that I've been squishy on my podcast, oh my god, no, this is the worst thing that could ever happen to me. Meanwhile, Hassan at every single fucking political rally, people come up and yell at him. Ethan broke this guy's dialogue tree. Literally, no, like, what are you talking about? It's actually wild how you can see what they were expecting Ethan to say. Okay, like, do these people not realize that Ethan Klein has called Free Palestine a genocidal statement before, and they got him to say it when he had someone actually pressuring him to say it? Like, he didn't stand on his own 2 feet and be like, no, actually, I don't believe in that statement. I think that Palestinians should have their own state, but, like, you know, not at the expense of Israel's borders. Hold them accountable for their past of what being a citizen. Hila has to be accountable for being born and raised. She literally did a terrorist operation to kidnap someone illegally. It's so anti-Semitic, it's disgusting. I've been reporting anti-Semitic comments on Instagram because I've been seeing them, so many of them, but they never get taken down. Oh my god, dude, these people are so sad. Like, obviously, there's real anti-Semitic comments on Instagram, but saying let's hold a terrorist accountable for her actions, not by putting her in prison, mind you, but by literally, like, saying it to her face. Oh, you did a terrorist raid? And that's anti-Semitic? Dude, talking to Hila and in person and saying, hey, you did a raid against a West Bank city, didn't you? That's anti-Semitic for the minds of these brainwashed, like, just like completely brain-rotted fucks that are watching the H3 podcast. That's anti-Semitic in their mind. That's all of these fucking people, dude. He said all of these things before on the show, but these people have no intention of figuring out their actual stances on anything. They just want to try and catch them in gotcha moment for their own benefit. Well, he was asking him questions. I'd say that's a pretty good way of figuring out their actual stance. Okay, comments under this video are actually hilariously predictable, saying Ethan and Hila are lying about wanting to free Palestine, calling them Zionists, and also, not surprisingly, Jews. Totally weird and not at all expected. And not at all expected from these people. So you, okay. Like, obviously they meant unexpected. Snarkers will call this staged. Okay, these people are so delusional. What is this? So this is Rolling Stones misses the mark on snark. Oh my god. This is so silly. Okay, let's just read this a little bit. It's just so dumb. Adam McIntyre, a 22-year-old YouTuber and influencer with hundreds of thousands of subbies and followers, is no stranger to being the subject of snark. McIntyre has cemented his place in the influencer world as a commentator who makes videos about pop culture, celebrities, controversies, and internet feuds. Some of his most viral videos addresses the allegations he made against former YouTube royalty Colleen Ballinger. Okay, so she sexted a 14-year-old McIntyre. Though McIntyre was only one of the handful of young creators who alleged Ballinger had acted inappropriately, he became the subject of threats and doxing by Ballinger's fans and others. Most of the time. So, on the subreddit r/Adam McIntyre snark, anonymous posters tracked how much money Adam was spending on flights and travel, speculated about his alleged drug use, which he denies, and even reached out to his friends to troll them. Most of the time, so let's just talk about this really quick. Tracking the flights and travel of someone, like, people don't really do that with Ethan in his subreddit. Speculating about his alleged drug use, yeah, people do that. But that's the most harmless thing here. And trolling the friends of Adam, that's also not something that people do with Ethan. If there was an example of people trolling Ethan's friends, he would be screaming about it, like, at the top of his lungs on his podcast. He doesn't really have friends to troll, but still, like, he tried to say that people talking about a Teddy Fresh employee is doxing one of his employees. That's the closest you've gotten to like Ethan's friends getting trolled. I mean, yeah, he doesn't have friends, I guess. Most of the time, McIntyre tells Rolling Stone he can shrug off Snark as obsessive and strange, though essentially harmless, but that was before some members reported McIntyre, who is an Irish citizen and is currently in America on a work visa, to Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. It got to be too much, he says. I mean, we're in LA, you know what I mean? False reports are false reports that trigger action in the system. Luckily, the agency has yet to reach out to him, but the experience left him shook. So what was it? McIntyre has been touring his chronically online podcast around the US since January under an O1 visa, which is how most artists, comedians, or creators such as himself do so legally for profit. When he was approved, McIntyre posted a photo of the visa to X. I was excited to let people know I got my visa, McIntyre says, but in recent weeks, member of the McIntyre snark circulated the photo claiming that McIntyre had been issued an R1 visa, which is for people entering the United States to perform religious work. A rumor began going around the snark page that McIntyre had wrongfully been granted a visa he wasn't eligible for. Snarkers encouraged each other to report McIntyre to ICE through their online tip form and even posted screenshots that showed their own tips had been received. The only time I won't say fuck ICE, read the comment of one snarker. Yeah, I love that. This is like such a hallmark of liberalism, being like, oh, fascism's bad, but like, you know, it's not affecting me yet, so I can use it against my enemies. Like, basically not actually standing up against fascism in all forms. Yeah, ICE is a institution that needs to be abolished in this country, and Democrats need to actually campaign on abolishing ICE. McIntyre found out fans and friends who saw the snark pages posts sent him screenshots. It's incredibly bizarre, says McIntyre. I'm no stranger to Reddits and snark pages, but in knowing that I could literally be detained or arrested on the streets because of people who reported me for the lols on Reddit, that's been terrifying. When he heard news of snarkers reporting him to ICE, McIntyre was in LA, which has been part of the scene of intense ICE raids in the last month. Not only ICE raids, but the National Guard and the Marines is in LA. On July 6th, McIntyre posted a YouTube video detailing the situation with his snark subreddit and the ICE tips. In the video, he vowed to take legal action against the erroneous claims that he was in the country illegally. 2 days later, on July 8th, McIntyre posted an update that the subreddit had been shut down. Reddit, for all their failings, has always demonstrated that they will play whack-a-mole when these issues come up, and they will strike down these things that do cause real offline harm, says Maddox, the social media expert. Wait, what the fuck? She hypothesizes that snarkers weaponizing ICE against McIntyre could prompt Reddit to take further action against other snark communities. This is a massive escalation of what snarkers have previously done, she says. It is insidious, it is disgusting. I think that anybody who filed these reports to ICE knew exactly what they were doing. They are aware of how out of control ICE is at the moment. So let's just like really quickly take a moment to pause and compare this situation to Ethan Klein getting CPS called on him. Snarkers were tracking Adam McIntyre's flights. They had pictures of his visa, were spreading false information about his visa, explicitly encouraging each other to report him to ICE. Not only were they doing that, they were then posting screenshots of submitted reports to ICE and receipts saying that ICE received their reports, right? Compared to Ethan Klein, who had a total of 5 comments of people being like, oh wow, like CPS should get involved. That's the difference, right? 5 comments of people being like, wow, if my kids were rolling in shit, like I'm a mandatory reporter and I'd have to report Ethan Klein if I heard that his kids were rolling around in shit and got sick from eating dog shit. I would have to report him for that. 5 people saying that compared to receipts, a massive actual campaign to report him, people mass reporting him, showing receipts of mass reporting him, and showing the evidence that they use to mass report him. Like, if Ethan Klein's going to compare his situation to Adam McIntyre, he's just actually delusional. Not to mention that ICE is a terrorist organization that has killed people in their custody, that has beaten people and tortured them, and deports them, basically ruining their livelihood, whereas CPS tries to protect children. And they just wanted to make sure that Ethan's kids were okay, right? Like, one of these, like, these two things are not the same. Okay, so let's just continue reading this article. By the way, for a community that is currently suing 3 other content creators for copyright infringement, it's a little bit bold for them to leave this post up where they've just copy and pasted the entirety of an MSN article and posted it on their Reddit. Yeah, sure, this is definitely going to get around copyright infringement, right? Okay. Let's just finish this up. This is a massive escalation of what snarkers have done. It's insidious. It's disgusting. They're aware of how out of control ICE is at the moment. Yeah, ICE, like, literally beating people up, torturing them, confining them for no reason. This was no longer snarking, McIntyre says in his YouTube video. This was putting me in government records incorrectly because you don't know how to read a visa. My name, Adam McIntyre, and my personal information have been submitted to a federal agency with the power to investigate, detain, or deport me. This is not a joke, and this is where it has crossed the line. In response to a request for comment, a spokesperson from Reddit said, harassment and bullying have no place on Reddit, and our rules explicitly prohibit this behavior. This includes real-world harassment and actions that would threaten an individual's safety. The subreddit in question is banned. Yeah, and it would be one thing if ICE is like social workers, right? And they just want to make sure that the family of immigrants is safe and secure, and they're well adjusted and plugged into the social network, and so they have all of the services they need, and they know everything that's available to them, and they're not missing anything, and they help people get set up with their new lives, and help make sure they have all of their documentation. But it's another thing when it's a fascist fucking brown shirt organization that is basically the goon squad for a authoritarian regime with Donald Trump at the head of it, that is cracking the skulls of immigrants that are just like peacefully going about their day. But they basically just like beat the shit out of people, put them in detention centers illegally, and then even if they are innocent, and even if they have all of their proper documentation, they still get held in ICE detention centers. Like, ICE can pretty much hold you indefinitely, and the goal is to try to make you self-deport. They try to just convince you to voluntarily leave the country, or you can choose to try to stay and fight, and you can be held indefinitely at these ICE detention centers. People that are just applying for visas are getting held there like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month. There's no time limit. It's a completely lawless institution, or I don't even want to call it an institution, a lawless agency that is the muscle for this authoritarian dictatorial president in Donald Trump. It's not the same as CPS whatsoever. McIntyre says he's not focused on legal remedies to the false ICE reports at the moment. His sights are set on finishing his last comedy show in the US. Though the snark page dedicated to him has been shut down, McIntyre tells Rolling Stone he thinks it's only a matter of time before another pops up to take its place. That's just how the creator space works, he says. Okay, so you have this story, pretty horrific story of online harassment causing real world consequences. And thankfully Adam McIntyre hasn't been like beaten up and tortured by ICE. But, like, there's always the possibility that does happen to him. And very rightfully, in my opinion, that community got shut down. Okay? Pretty simple story. Anyway, then we go here. And top comment. Hold on, I need to zoom this in. Top comment. Did someone miss out? First of all, oh my god, the grammar is atrocious. Did someone miss out the section where Adam McIntyre is a huge piece of shit snarker himself? Oh man. Ethan Klein's community. Has there ever been a better reflection of a content creator than this community is to Ethan? I mean, holy shit. It's almost beautiful. It's beautiful. It's poetic in a way. How by driving everyone with common sense and critical analysis away, Ethan Klein has developed the perfect echo chamber for himself. This should be studied by internet scholars going forward into how Ethan has created it's like a glove that's perfectly tailored to fit his hand. It's just such a comfortable hug box that he's made for himself. Come on. This could be right out of the lips of Mr. Klein himself. Everyone should point this out to them. It's wild that he got away with this bullshit. So we have a Irish person who is outspoken about Palestine as well. It's a strike against him. He's gay, strike against him. He's not a citizen of America, strike against him. You get people deported on visas all the time. Student visas, work visas, all the time. Your green card, you get deported. Hey, thanks for the super chat, Ray. Gila wanted him to disappear too. Yeah, exactly. Gila wanted him to disappear. They're not really going to be too broken up about this, right? If he gets deported. So anyway, you have this person who, fits the bill perfectly for someone to get deported by a violent terrorist organization that is at the behest of a dictatorial president in Donald Trump. And these fucking peons are like, let's point out to Rolling Stone that Adam McIntyre was mean to Ethan Klein. Like, dude, this is such a fucked up community. It's so fucked up. It's so incestuous. Yeah, and also what goes around comes around. I learned that from a young age. Not that I should be going after people, period, but Adam does not do a good job of making people feel bad for him. I mean, once again, the perfect embodiment of liberalism, using fascism to be like, I'm not in favor of it, but I'm not against it because it's not affecting me. I'm going to use it against my enemies, right? Holy shit. Agreed, I have no sympathy for him either. He makes horrible takes about people with no repercussions and wonders why people don't like him. Although I feel the need to say I didn't and don't invest my time in snark, I just pretend he doesn't exist. So I feel the need to say I didn't and don't invest my time in snark? Okay, but you're snarking at Adam right now. This is a snark post. Me too. The less I know about him, Taylor, Vadim, Noah, Denims, Frogan, the better. Where is UL? What is this list? Taylor, Vadim, Noah, Denims. Okay, again, come on. Get UL in there. The name is so easy to snark. It's so easy to make fun of. The blatant bias from legacy media is actually insane. So blackpilling. What is the fucking bias? They just accurately reported on what happened, and then they got quotes of the people involved. They got quotes from a Reddit spokesperson, a fucking social media expert, and Adam McIntyre's YouTube video, and they interviewed him. They didn't even fact check Hassan's airport story. Bro, these people are literally like, oh my god, ICE is attacking the people that we hate, and we're mad that they didn't get beaten up and tortured. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I love this. Something else happened recently from Reddit trolls that Rolling Stone probably missed. Something involving children. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh yeah. Doesn't interview the guy who actually had CPS pull up to his house or receive skulls. This is ridiculous. Rolling Stone is not interested in the microfibers of Adam McIntyre and his participation in Snark itself. As an article, this is a good thing if we're looking to hold Snark communities accountable for their actions. I mean, bro, I think the story is like how shitty ICE is. I think that's like a big part of the story, and how these online communities can use fascist thugs to target people that they don't like. Wow, okay. It's just so fucking crazy.
Because we are routes of trying to get a visa into United denied visas, even if they're going through routes of trying to get a visa into United States, we are seeing that they are being denied whenever the officials are or government are looking through their social medias or looking through their phones. And we literally saw a couple days ago a tourist was denied entry to the States because he had a JD Vance bald meme on his phone.
Yeah, that's true.
So yes, while I have been speaking out about ICE and the deportations and also everything that was going on and is still going on with the genocide in Palestine, I always knew that there was a risk. I always knew that there was a risk. And I knew that that could have meant that the tour could have been canceled. My New York show could have been canceled. I knew that that could have gotten me arrested. I knew that that could have gotten me banned from America. This is not a wild scenario. This is actually what's going on right now. Okay?
Yep. I mean, look, these people in Ethan's Klein's audience don't understand that there are actually real repercussions for speaking out against this administration. That includes speaking out against Israel and in favor of Palestine. That includes simply being an immigrant or being someone in this country that even is like critical of Trump. And like, look, I'm a full-blown American citizen. I'm not particularly worried about myself, but there are going to be consequences for speaking out against Trump. Like, Hassan got detained at the airport. Trump is in the process of like, what did he do? He just settled for like $90 million with MSNBC because they did a standard issue practice editing of a Kamala Harris interview. Like, Donald Trump is taking control of the media, of the institutions of media in this country. And that includes like protesting against Palestine. That includes even having social media that's critical of Trump, critical of Israel. All of this is getting cracked down upon in this country. And Ethan Klein doesn't cover this because he's in favor of it. Because at the end of the day, he is a liberal. And what have we been talking about in the last like 20 minutes? Liberals using fascists to try to get their political agenda, like their personal political agenda achieved. And then they're going to turn around and be like, oh my God, fascists also ate my face? That's crazy. He's using this to try to silence Hassan's speech. He's all too happy to use the ADL. He's all too happy to use like Richie Torres and cover the, like, all too happy to talk about like the ICE protests and how Hassan showed up there and how that's bad. Doesn't cover any of the Mahmoud Khalil stuff. He doesn't even know who Mahmoud Khalil is. He doesn't cover any of the students getting deported for speaking out against the genocide. He doesn't cover any of that stuff. He doesn't even cover the crackdowns on immigration. Because if he talked about that stuff, then you would have to talk about how free speech is getting cracked down upon, and being critical of Israel is getting cracked down upon. And if he says that, then, you know, his position looks a little bit worse. It looks like he's aligned himself with the fascist party that's ruling this country right now. So with that, let's just take a look at some of his podcasts of this week. Adam McIntyre's snark scandal proves Ethan was right about Reddit. Okay, sure, hit me. Can't stand this fucking music. Gabe, the Boo Boo, 2 and watch. Ethan and Ela got ambushed again. We're in a manga. Manga, that's cool. Lol cow. Adam McIntyre's snark. We'll watch a little bit of this. Oh, this is apologizing to Ryan Kavanaugh. Holy shit, this man can talk. He's got the gift of gab.
So me and Hila went to Rodeo Drive yesterday, and the YouTube.
But a full third of the audience.
So me and Hila went to Rodeo Drive yesterday, and this guy is always there. Like,
Yeah.
bro, does he? I don't know if he has a job or what he does.
No, he doesn't. I mean, there's no way because he's always there.
Whenever I go there, I'm like, God, I'm gonna run into this guy, and I do.
Yeah.
He's always there.
That's so annoying.
Wearing the same clothes that they were in the video.
Uh-huh.
It's really listen. I'll say this though, in person, when the camera was off, he was very nice.
He was nice when the cameras were on too.
We greeted each other. He was nice. He said, "I'll see you later, bro," to me.
Dating and money?
Yeah, Dating Money 101.
Oh, okay. Bridge?
But I was surprised he wasn't the one recording. It was another guy, and he was just taking the back seat.
So he
this
was
time.
there. I don't want to go too harsh on my boy. Dating Money 101. There was two of them, and this guy sprung into action, his buddy, and he was in my fucking face. Like I was walking, and he was like, he was trying to stop me from walking. He was like in my face, right? So he was in the pocket, as they say. And I think Dating and Money 101, he took the back seat knowing that magic was taking place. But if you listen closely, you can hear him at the very beginning say something like, "Oh, here it is. This guy's name is Dr. Pressure P."
That
So anyway.
sounds like a drug dealer.
So obviously we saw them coming up, and I knew that this was going to happen. So I greeted them. I'm like, "Hey guys, what's going on? You're still here, huh?"
How you doing, sir?
So here he is. He jumped into action. Ethan Klein from H3 Podcast says the magic words. Did you expect that? Yeah. Let me play it, and then we'll discuss.
So curious, is Ethan going to stand by the words of "Free Palestine from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free"? Now that he's in the safety of his own studio, like, I'm really curious. Come on.
Back again.
All right. Hey, look, we got a question for you.
Sure.
We already know what your answer is.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is your stance on Palestine?
I love it.
You love Palestine?
Yeah.
You went to Israel, but you support
I'm sorry to interrupt. When I watched this, I watched it on mute this morning. So it was just the captions. So I did not realize there were like meme sound
There's sound effects, Dan.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they hit me with the gunshots.
Experience.
Yeah, it's a whole.
All right. Hey, look, we got a question for you.
Sure.
We already know what your answer is.
Yeah, go
But
ahead.
what is your stance on Palestine?
I love it.
You love Palestine?
Yeah.
You went to Israel, but you support Netanyahu.
No, I don't. Satan Yahoo. I never heard of that one. It took me a minute to
Never heard of that one.
process it because I love who? Oh, Netanyahu.
Satan.
I definitely don't love Netanyahu. I don't think I've never expressed any adoration or any positive.
Remember when Hamas released the hostages and they had a picture of Netanyahu and they had like fangs and devil horns and like blood dripping down, and Ethan said that was anti-Semitic of them to have that drawing.
Positive sentiment about the guy. In fact,
Not
when I
even
lived in
before
Israel,
we had social media. Like never.
I've done more to defeat him than any of these activists because I was able to vote in the Israeli elections. I think was it once or twice?
I think it was twice, and Tzipi Livni was the female who won when we voted for her, but she couldn't make the coalition.
Just saying, Ethan, if you wanted to get Netanyahu out of power, you could talk about it a little bit more. You could talk about why what Netanyahu's doing is bad and how this far-right government coalition that Netanyahu has strung together can be dismantled. Like, come on, dude. Like, stop fucking pretending that because you lived in Israel and you voted against Netanyahu, that's somehow a form of activism. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you actually fucking kidding me? Like, listen, if you're going to say that being an advocate for ending the Palestinian genocide, if that's not activism because the Palestinian genocide is still happening, then voting for someone who lost an election is not activism either. So you have done zero activism against Netanyahu other than calling him like a genocidal freak every now and then. Like, if you're against Netanyahu, you can talk about Netanyahu. You can. You don't have to like bury your head in the sand every time the subject gets brought up and then immediately pivot to something else. Like, go on, talk about Netanyahu. Talk about why what he's doing is so bad. Can you speak on that? Don't just say, oh, he's a bad guy, he's a genocidal guy. What is he doing? He's starving the Palestinians. He's killed hundreds of thousands of Palestinians at this point. Talk about that. Talk about how, it's a far-right coalition and it needs to get taken down, but they keep starting new wars. They wanted to bomb Iran so that he can still have his emergency powers. Come on. You're not saying anything. You're not an advocate against Netanyahu. You're just not.
Coalition.
Yeah, I voted against Bibi, and I voted in favor of the left party.
Female.
And of course, she got the majority of votes. It's always important to remind people of that.
Mm-hmm.
She got by far the most votes. She had like 30, mid-30s or something like that, maybe even close to 40.
Dude, that doesn't change the fact that like 80% of Israelis are in favor, or like I think it's like 56% of Israelis are in favor of genocide, and like 80% are in favor of ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Oh yeah, the majority of votes went to not Netanyahu. Okay, like you're not beating the polling numbers, dude, that came out like a few months ago.
That would be plurality, right? Not majority.
Yes, not majority.
Right.
So that's what.
Otherwise, she would have been.
It's a parliamentary thing. So Bibi comes in with like, I don't know, 26% or something, and then he teams up with all these like fucking ultra-national
Orthodox
coalitions, and then that's how you get this administration here today.
Yep.
Basically.
You don't support Netanyahu?
No.
Stop it, bro. She was in the IDF.
Oh, we had a speaker here.
Yeah,
he had a speaker here,
Oh,
and
is that
he
coming from
pushed it, and then it was like, that's to the IDF.
Oh, I didn't know where it came from.
Yeah.
A button?
Wait,
I guess he has
had an IRL.
Yes.
He had a death to the IDF set button. I didn't know he did that. Okay,
He did it.
That's pretty.
Yeah,
I mean, that's pretty handy.
It takes me time to process what happened, but it just hit me.
He's like Carrot Top.
He's a prop activist. Do you remember these?
It's that. That was what he had, bro. Bop it, yap it, twist it.
A yak back.
Bro's coming for my job.
What? I don't know what these people expect me to say. I'm like, hey, dude, my name's Ethan Klein, and I just want to say, I'm not even going to say it because people are going to clip it.
You know what?
But I'm going to say the worst thing you can imagine about, these people.
And then I come in and I say something even worse than you.
Mm-hmm. But like, again, what's funny is that I've never said anything different than this. I've continually said the same thing. I've never said anything different for several years predating October 7th. And yet because of people like Hassan who continually lie about what I'm saying, or they go,
or no,
they go, oh, he's wrong. He doesn't actually believe that, or whatever that bullshit they say. The people like this and in the comments are like, get him. Like the top comment, I think it got a little brigaded by our fans by now, but the top comment was like, hold him accountable.
Yes.
Yeah, last night everything was against you guys.
Right.
Yeah. Lots of very anti-Semitic stuff, which is fun. We captured a lot of it. Let me just play the whole thing, though. I'm not going to pause it. You guys enjoy it.
Again. Hey, look, we got a question for you.
Sure.
We already know what your answer is.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is your stance on Palestine?
I love it.
You love Palestine?
Yeah.
You went to Israel, though. You support Netanyahu.
No, I don't.
You don't support Netanyahu?
No.
Stop it, bro. She was in the IDF.
He voted against him.
You voted against him. What about Ben Gvir? How do you feel about Ben Gvir?
Oh, I think he's insane. Yeah, he's a monster.
You think he's a monster?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've said that. No, that guy sucks. I mean, he's worse than sucks.
All right, cool. So this is the final test, buddy. Get a free Palestine from me.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine?
Yeah.
From the river
Final test, buddy. That's so fucking funny.
to the sea?
Yeah.
My man, I appreciate that. Okay, go. What about you?
Whoa, he just sounded exactly like... Wait, I'm so sorry to do this, but he sounded just like Avery. When he said, all right, go. And I've said that. No, that guy sucks. I mean, he's worse than sucks.
All right, cool. My man, I appreciate that. Okay, go.
Oh, and then the girl back there, shout out to her. She's a fan. Afterwards, she's like, yo, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
No way.
I didn't realize she was actually like...
She said she sees them there all the time, too.
Slow on the... I think... Free Palestine.
Free Palestine?
Yeah.
From the river to the sea?
Ethan, I'm not going to pause it this time. 10 minutes later. It's at a lesser time than it was.
Yeah.
My man, I appreciate that. Okay, go. What about you? You were in the IDF. Hold on, you were in the West Bank. You used to go to people's houses in the middle of the night?
No. She was a secretary. It's so crazy to me that how everybody's heard this story now.
I know.
Oh, bro, you were raiding people?
Okay, so it's true then. Why would you say no, she didn't do that? She did do it.
People in the IDF and the West Bank, it's like, how did that evolve into that?
Yeah. My man, I appreciate that. Okay, go. What about you? You were in the IDF. Oh, hold on, you were in the West Bank. You used to go to people's houses in the middle of the night?
No.
She was a secretary.
I was a secretary.
You were a secretary. Can we get a free Palestine from you?
Sure, free Palestine.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
How you
there
doing,
you go.
sir?
Back again.
No way,
Did we pass?
dude.
Did we pass the test?
No, we didn't. They call us liars in the chat. Unfortunately.
I don't know what to tell you guys. You're not going to catch me slipping.
Like, what's the cognitive dissonance here? Like, where is this stemming from? Is there a gas leak in their studio? Like, what is happening? You literally said, how did this, everyone knows this story now. And then you're like, but the story's not true. But your wife, Ela, told the story on the podcast, and you just reacted to it like it is true.
Because I've been saying the same thing for fucking probably damn near a decade now.
Oof. Oh, that is a hard tattoo to look at. That tattoo. I hope Ethan Klein loves it. If Ethan loves it, I'm fine with it.
Before October 7th, but nobody wants to believe it. Why? Because I have the gall to criticize Hassan. And I mean, you just look at what Contra Points is going through, and you'll see the same thing she's going through. Now, they're doing the same exact...
Contra Points literally said it was harmful to post pictures of Palestinian children online getting blown up because, you know, it could rile up some kind of anti-Semitism.
Exact thing to her. So if you think Contra Points is a Zionist or like genocidal or whatever the fuck based on her statement, like, I mean, to me, that's such a big red flag for their entire movement that they've now all come together in unison and be like, Contra Points is genocidal.
Yeah.
It's like, wow. So we're in the same boat, and I don't mind being in that boat with her.
She's so smart. I'm honored to be in the same boat as somebody smart like her.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, I think we came off looking pretty good, just like in the last one. So I got to give big ups to my boys here. Every time they film me, I'm like, they're not going to post that probably because it just makes me. I think I passed the test, right?
Dude, like, come on. You said before saying from the river to the sea is a genocidal statement, and activists shouldn't say it because it makes Jewish people feel bad. And someone confronted you about it, and you capitulated immediately, and it's like, yeah, from the river to the sea. And you're like, yeah, I owned them. Really, dude? No self-reflection whatsoever?
But for them, I don't think they care about anything but the views. Who's this guy? Unexpected after dinner party jokes? Uh-oh.
You scared of you? You're scared, bro?
Come on, let's just do the anti-Semitic comments that Ethan Klein got. Where are the anti-Semitic comments? Oh, here we go.
I mean, running to Jews and having them pass a test. Like,
He did not pass my test on saying October 7th was based. Oh, I'm shocked, brother. Finally, the truth sets them free. Why are you shocked? Like, again, you shouldn't be shocked. I've been saying the same thing forever. We were so shocked we lost track of applying pressure. Ooh, what's wrong? Cat got your tongue? I ended up being normal and you thought I was insane? Got him. The biggest twist ever. He disarmed us with the magic words. That's right. Sorry, I'm unconvinced. Why? Same. Oh, so now they're going.
And these are all liked by him.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. Okay.
This honestly feels like a bot. He disarmed us with the magic word. Same.
Okay, well, is that okay? Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. They're both walking psyops. Wait, how am I a psyop? If anything, dating a money 101's a psyop for Mossad to make the movement look bad.
That's what I told him.
I wouldn't be a psyop. Yeah, that guy works for Mossad. They're taking their meds. Awesome. What does this say? Aline secretary? I don't know what the fuck that means. Looks like they birthed you? I don't know what the fuck that means. They played along. This was not sincere. Well, why bother asking then? He's still a bitch. Intifada. From Intifada account. He's still a bitch. They literally called Ben Gavir a good guy. Whoa!
Literally.
No, it was Yoav Galand.
Now we're just playing a crazy game of telephone.
They even say literally.
That's what I was
No,
wondering.
first of all, we didn't say that about Ben Gavir.
I know.
Yeah,
when they asked you that, I was wondering if they mixed that up.
So they don't know who they're talking about?
Yeah.
No, yeah. Are you serious? Did he educate himself since then, or is he just a spineless slime ball? Well, be surprised. You just don't know what you're talking about. He said, yeah, he's spineless. There are way more I could write here. But Ethan has showed himself to be an extremely intellectually dishonest person in the last year and a half. Ooh, this guy sounds pretty smart. Bro, great work.
Yeah, you have. I'm still waiting for the anti-Semitic comments. Like they made that a super big deal. Oh, there are anti-Semitic comments too. They call us all Jews, and they made Jews take a test.
My brother personally think it was weak and should have definitely pressed harder. Listen,
don't beat yourself up.
I thought you guys did great, and I always love to run into my fans on the street.
I'm just saying, like, how does this man have the time to respond to all of these comments?
I thought we had a really nice conversation. These guys keep trying to make me look bad. It's not your fault. Then they get in my face and next time.
Yeah,
supposed to be his thing.
Advice.
Until you have
okay, I'm just gonna fast forward this to find the anti-Semitic comments because I don't give a fuck. They're fucking liars. it's a typical Israeli persona. It's a challenge to believe them. That's literally what Ethan Klein and Hila have been saying. They're like, do you think that we want to be pro-genocide? We're Israeli. It's so difficult for us to make this. It's so difficult for us to separate our personal feelings because we're Israeli. So, yeah, like this is what you said. Are you going to call this anti-Semitic?
Well, I thought the problem is that Israelis are pro-genocide, not that they're lying about
No, the problem is that if they do say free Palestine, they're just lying. So you can't believe them. So there's no winning ever.
Essentially. Was this on behind the camera? They loved that one. Zombies dead inside, no conscience. A raging Zionist cosplaying as a pro-Palestine supporter, all liked by the author. A sidestep check hook would fix that open mouth chewing. Okay, well, I mean,
I do have a problem with that.
Liked by author.
That sounds very. I mean, if you like that comment, you were very sweet to me in person. You like the comment saying you should have punched me in the face.
Come on, a sucker punch isn't a check hook. A check hook is where you counter someone's punch. Yeah. Dude, he's liking fucking comments advocating for assault. Yeah, I don't know. This seems like a fucking bot here.
I want to express how sweet they were in person. I feel so. Inflection. They're both lying. Liberal Zionists, not to be taken seriously. You should have pressed them on something.
Wait, where are the anti-Semitic comments? Apparently, missile showers cleanse the soul of racism and genocidal thoughts. Holy shit, dude.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and here it says shout out to
Iran.
Yeah.
Still not watching H3. Oh, come on, man.
Well, I mean, that's fine.
I thought this was going to get him watching. Anyway, this is
Wait,
endless.
just last one. This man should never be able to step outside, liked by author.
But bro, you got a banger clip from it.
Sneak O'Daly, Jake Shields, Dan Bilzerian. Yeah, that's the most fucking anti-Semitic reply. Just like linking 3 out and about anti-Semites. Yeah, or like adding them. That's the most anti-Semitic reply so far. Like, come on, let's just. Okay, so literally no anti-Semitic comments except for the one linking 3 anti-Semite content creators. Wow. Yeah, so many hateful anti-Semitic comments that they had there. Okay, Adam McIntyre snark. Come on, Ethan. I know Ethan Klein is against snark, so I know he's going to desperately taking Adam McIntyre's side in all of this, and he's going to be like, yes, Adam McIntyre got his snark taken down. I'm so happy for him. And the fact that they called ICE reminded me about my kids, and I'm just like, that was so horrible to me. But like CPS is a dream compared to ICE. They've been disappearing people for like over 7 months now, and I'm just so happy that nothing bad has happened to Adam. And like, yeah, I think snark's a big issue. I'm so happy they got his snark taken down, and it's just crazy that they would go that far to report him to ICE. Like, CPS is one thing, but ICE is another level. They literally torture people. People have died in their custody before. It's no laughing matter. Like, I'm so ready to get that from Ethan, because he truly, if there's one thing Ethan truly cares about, it's being anti-snark, right? If there's Ethan's a lot of things, but anti-snark is first and foremost in the list.
Adam rat and should retire. Can I get some of those nuts?
Wait, that's the first thing you said? Adam Rat should retire?
Hey, Ratty boy, you want some of these nuts?
He's not.
He's nuts.
Hey, Adam, I'm gonna leave some nuts out for you.
Okay, for some reason, I thought that was a gay joke at first, but I guess he's making a joke about him being a rodent? What? Did I miss something?
Which one of you is sleeping?
Rotation. Well, it's a shift thing.
Okay.
I feel like you need one to run on the other, like, because I feel like we're like glued together.
Yeah.
You guys want to talk about this rat, Adam McIntyre? So I've always called him a rat, and I mean, he is. The thing with Adam McIntyre, Adam rat and should retire. Can I get some of those?
Bro, if someone called Ethan Klein a rat, he'd piss his pants and call it anti-Semitic. Just saying that right now.
Nuts? Hey, Ratty boy, you want some of these nuts?
He's not.
He's nuts.
Hey, Adam, I'm gonna leave some nuts out for you, rat. Sorry, I'm out of cheese, rat boy. So Adam Rat should retire. Recently made a video crying.
He's saying he should... Dude, he got reported to ICE by Snark. Ethan, you're against Snark. Ethan, remember, repeat after me. I am against snark. I'm against false reporting to the government agencies. Repeat it after me, Ethan. Snark, bad. False reports, bad. Okay? Okay? Calling someone a rat, bad. Making, like, gay jokes about how Adam McIntyre wants to eat Ethan's nuts, bad. What the fuck is going on?
It's so upsetting. It's so sad. Can you believe this? Someone on his snark subreddit reported him to ICE because he's living in America.
Okay, according to the article which your community posted to your subreddit, just ripped the entire article. Seems like some copyright infringement there. But anyway, according to the article that your community posted, it wasn't one person reporting him to ICE. It was a reporting campaign in his community of people posting screenshots of submitted ICE reports to get Adam deported.
Right now, doing on a tour, and apparently he has a work visa. Someone on his snark subreddit reported him to ICE. How terrible!
That is terrible, unironically.
Yeah.
I know you think.
Yeah, why did Ethan sound sarcastic there? Why did he sound facetious when he said how terrible that he got reported to ICE? No, that's legitimately terrible.
He's a rat, but that is fucked up.
Where's his video?
Give me a sec.
Wait, is that all we're going to get for the condemnation of getting Adam reported to ICE? Just Ethan disingenuously saying how terrible.
How terrible.
That is terrible, unironically.
Yeah.
I know you think he's a rat, but that is fucked up.
Where's his video?
Give me a sec. I'll send it in Discord right now.
So, he put out this video called. There's something else I should tell you about Adam McIntyre.
Oh, the same guy, Cameron, donated again 100 Canadian dollars and said, also, as a new dad, if CPS was cold on her, oof, love y'all, gloves off, go get him.
Thank you, brother, and I appreciate that dono. And I hope people bear in mind, never forget, as this war rages on, just remember why I'm doing this.
Is he talking about the war in Palestine? What is he talking about?
As this war rages on, just remember why I'm doing this.
What?
And I don't get sidetracked, but you know what I mean? I'm focused and I'm coming. You know? And I made some promises early on. And I'm going to fulfill them all. You know, there's an order of operation. We're going down the line. If you thought I was joking, I hope those 3 copyright lawsuits put that thought to rest. Because every one of you motherfuckers that I said I'm coming for, that I hold responsible, guess what? It's only a matter of time.
Dude, you're talking about one person that reported you to CPS for something you said publicly on your podcast? And you're saying that you're doing a campaign against people that criticized you in the middle of covering a mass false reporting campaign against one of those people that criticized you. You have no self-awareness whatsoever. And we're going to watch a public apology that you're forced to make because of your inane antics and your defamation and frivolous lawsuits that you've made on this podcast.
Don't worry. I'll get to you before the statute of limitation ends. Remember how confident Denims was? Oh, really? You're going to sue me? Where's the lawsuit? I'm waiting. She does like this. Well, wait's over. So keep waiting. Enjoy the last moments of peace you have out there to the... I'm going to say it.
Wait's over, but keep waiting.
Noah Sampson, I didn't forget about you, scumbag. Daddy's watching and taking notes.
Okay, so if you're taking notes, then remember that cease and desist letter you sent to Noah Sampson, which was a fucking joke. Are you taking notes? I thought you had everything there.
Okay. And don't worry, you can't. Okay, you know what? And also, there's someone else special out there that thinks that they're safe and sound, bad empanada. You're not. I promise you, I find you. And,
Bro, this man's actually just, like, lost his mind. Why do his eyes look like when like, you know, a villain is struggling with mental health or something and they're teetering on the edge or good they're teetering on the edge of good or evil. Ethan Klein's eyes right now look like the fucking, like they've blacked over and they're like the eyes of the evil person. Like he's just like landed on the evil side. He's like, oh yeah, Gollum versus Schmeagol, and he's ended up in Gollum mode. Like, dude, what the fuck is this screenshot? This is actually nightmare fuel.
A promise is a promise.
All right.
Right? You go, if someone's in Argentina, just because someone's in Argentina, they can't say and do whatever they want. That seems crazy, right? Yeah, that's not exactly true. Well, maybe he flees to Australia. Well, that's even better. Maybe he's scared and he's, you know, I don't know where he might be right now, but I'm sure there's ways to find out. And really just a matter of where he is and the applicable laws and, you know, hiring a private investigator, a local private investigator to find out where he is. And finding local representation, reaching out to advocacy groups and such like that. You know, being anti-Semitic, I didn't know this. In Argentina is like, for whatever reason, I don't know, is like extremely illegal. It's like extremely frowned upon. I think you can go to jail for being like anti-Semitic in Argentina. So if I was...
Like, once again, you do like a hate crime, that's illegal.
I would be very concerned about where I am right now and weighing which one actually might be.
Sorry guys, my microphone got muted a little bit. I think you guys can still hear me. What I was saying is like, what if Bad Empanada's crimes are so bad and his videos are so full of hate and anti-Semitism and harassment, get them taken off of YouTube. YouTube shouldn't be allowed to host illegal content. But Ethan hasn't gotten them taken off of YouTube because they're not illegal.
Worse, I don't know. Is it worse? It might even be worse to be in Argentina trying to hide out than it might be in Australia, where I could sue you for defamation. You know, like I happen to know that your business is located in Australia still, so definitely can leverage. You know, I'll put a leverage on that. There's no problem. My point is, there's no problem. And the good news is, at Bad Empanada, you are the biggest. I know it's about Adam, so just stand back and stand by Adam. I just want Bad Empanada to know, scumbag. There's certain lines you cross, and you cross it with the wrong people, and that's what you did. Just wait, okay? I can't wait for videos crying. Ethan's suing me.
I just love this. Like, yeah, he's completely insufferable. Ethan has completely lost the battle for like public opinion, right? He's just given up on actually trying to combat the stuff that Bad Empanada says about him, refute it, go through it logically, reacting to his videos, reacting to Comrade Casey's videos, Noah Sampson's videos, because he has nothing. He has no pushback against it whatsoever. So what he does is he just threatens to sue people. But he doesn't have a lawsuit against Bad Empanada. In fact, he's describing the fact that he doesn't have a lawsuit against Bad Empanada. He's like, well, maybe Bad Empanada's in Australia. Maybe I can track him down there. Dude, shut the fuck up. If you're going to sue him, sue him. You don't even know what you're suing him for. You're just mad at him. And you're like, this is an avenue that I can use to punish him, so I'm going to do it. You're an actual, like, you're just a fucking crybaby that can't contend on the battlefield that you've engaged Bad Empanada on. And now you're like, well, I can beat you on the legal battlefield using my monetary value. using all of my assets to try to just like bury you in lawsuits. It's like, okay, like, first of all, that's a bitch move because you don't actually have anything illegal Bad Empanada is doing. You're just trying to punish him. Same with Denham's, Casey, Tron, and Frogan. You're just trying to punish them. As you say, it's a war. Like, Ethan Klein is saying he's suing them because it's a war against them. Because they crossed some line. The line wasn't copyright infringement because he said, I'm not going to sue Asmongold and XQC, even though they did do copyright infringement. I'm not going to sue them, though, for copyright infringement. That's not the line. The line is pissing me off. That's the line that they crossed that I'm going to sue them for. He has nothing. He's just using lawsuits as a way to beat his opponents when he can't actually beat them using just his speech, because he's kind of a loser and his positions are shitty. But yeah, like, okay, sue Bad Empanada. Fucking do it. Fucking do it, dude. Like, stop complaining about it and just do it.
Stalking me. Ethan's all this. Yup, I'm doing all that. I'll see you soon. Bad Empanada, ladies and gentlemen, thinks he's safe. Boy, that guy, he's the worst of them, by the way. So, yeah. Anywho, back to this kid. So, Adam McIntyre, something you should know about him. He is a prolific snarker. This is someone who's endorsed our snark, who's participated.
So Adam McIntyre gets reported to ICE for deportation, torture, and deportation. He gets reported to ICE by a snark Reddit. And Ethan's like, wow, snark reported to him to ICE. That's horrible. Like, super facetiously. And his crew's like, yeah, that's actually really bad, Ethan. That's not a good thing. And then he goes on a rant about who's going to sue Bad Empanada and Noah Samson. And then he's like, well, Adam McIntyre fucking sucks. He's a snarker. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? You aren't, like, go on, repeat after me, Ethan. Reporting people to government agencies is bad. Deporting people is bad. ICE is bad. Donald Trump is bad. Snark is bad. These are all positions you say you hold. Let's see if you actually hold them.
Participated in our snark, who has shouted out our snark, who is constantly elevated and promoted by our snark. And when this little scumbag rat, by the way, when his snark posts a clip, you can see the screenshot of it. Someone posted like a confirmation of like, oh, thanks for the report to ICE. You have that? So he, oh yeah, he's active in other snarks. Colleen snark. I mean, we don't like Colleen, but I mean, nobody should be subjected to that.
No.
Right? I mean, she has a family. She's got kids. Let her be, you know, to an extent.
You have a fucking snark against everyone who's mad at you. You have a snark against everyone, dude. You have a snark against Hassan, Frogan, Denims, Casey Tron, Taylor Lorenz, who the fuck else? Anissa, Ian. That's your snark subreddit. What do you mean? No one should be subjected to snark. You are a snarker. Dude, what the fuck? I'm losing it. These people have no self-awareness whatsoever. What? Okay, so Adam is a snarker. So are you. If you are staking a stand against snark, it should be irrelevant whether the person who got snarked is a snarker. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. This man's so fucking stupid and he's so evil and he has no self-awareness whatsoever. He's like a fucking animal who can't even understand that the thing he's seeing in that shiny square in the jungle is a reflection of himself. He just thinks it's like another entity that's completely separate of him. Dude, how does this man function? How does he drive his car to work every day? Actually, like, his brain is just completely rotted. Shit, dude. Like, I don't know. Maybe that guy coming up and actually talking to him was the first time he's interacted with someone that's not a part of his immediate hug box in the past year and a half. Dude, this man needs to get a different perspective. Like, he just talked to Sam Cedar and Hassan and he's just like, wow, I can't believe how anti-Semitic Sam Cedar is. Like, oh my god, it's so fucking stupid.
Yep.
Right? You either against snark or you're not. And Adam, he is the human personification of snark. This kid, you might ask,
brother, you're suing content creators that you don't like. You're filling your lawsuits with snark content about them. Your lawsuit has a section titled Nightmare on Denim Street. Brother, you call denims a Hassan orbiter and you snark at Hassan in your lawsuit of denims. You're literally legally a snarker. You're an official legal snarker, Ethan. Ethan, you just want on a 10-minute rant about how you're going to get Bad Empanada and Noah Samson for every bad thing they've done. Dude, you invented snark. Your show, your entire existence is snark. Even when you get a tattoo of your children, you do it to piss off the pro-Palestinian content creators, or like the pro-Palestinian people, because you're like, oh, I knew they'd be mad when they saw the watermelon, but it's just a picture of my kids eating watermelon. What could I do? It's such a cute picture. Dude, oh my god. Like, literally every aspect of your being is a snarky piece of fucking shit. That's what you are. Adam McIntyre's the king of snark? Because why? He said he was sexually, Colleen Ballinger interacted with him in a sexual manner when he was a 14-year-old. So that makes him a snarker. Reporting on sexual abuse makes him a snarker. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yourself, what is it he does? He's on tour in America? Doing what? What is his talent?
What the fuck do you mean? Your talent apparently is having a lot of money and being a shitty person online and doing lawsuits on people. You have no talent.
Let me show you, actually. I have an excerpt from his tour. If you guys are wondering what the fuck this kid does on tour. Which one? Oh yeah, check this out. This clip comes from someone from his tour.
People role-playing killing his wife.
Wait, everyone! Klein's in the house. Guys, she was just a secretary. Klein.
Hey, scumbag, what the fuck do you know about anything? Also, you're gonna tell me you're not snark? Are you actually gonna try to even lie and say that, bro? Give me a break. You're doing that like tattoo thing? Like that's the most snark thing, loser shit ever. Dodging bullets? Okay, I see you, dude. And that's all good. So he
somehow, because
excuse me.
I just love how this would have been such a perfect opportunity for Ethan and subsequently this entire show and this entire community to come together and be like, yes, it was too far when CPS was contacted, and it's way too far for ICE to be contacted. This is a real issue. We need to put an end to this now and have it be a positive story. But instead, Ethan immediately is like, wow, Adam's such a snarker. Here, let me pull up every bad thing that Adam's done and basically like be a snarker on him, right? And like that's what Ethan Klein is doing. It's just so much fucking irony. Like, it's like if the irony is sour, it'd be like fucking squeezing a lemon into your mouth. That's how much irony this is. Holy shit, I actually can't believe it. Like, I can believe it. I'm being a little bit sarcastic when I'm like, oh, of course Ethan's going to talk about how positive, like, he's going to, like, have empathy for Adam McIntyre, but it's just, this show is so dark, dude. It's so fucking dark, dismal. These people are morally bankrupt. What the fuck are we doing now? You're not going to talk about how horrible it is that Adam McIntyre actually got reported to ICE for being in the country, and in fact you're going to fucking like justify the report to ICE because you're like, yeah, what does he even do here? Like he like being like, oh yeah, he's worthless to be in this country.
He said something like, why didn't he already disappear like from the internet? Because the guy has like no talent. Somehow
snark saved him.
That made him feel like this is okay. Doing that is okay.
This is how he gained relevancy. It was at first snarking on Trisha, then it was snarking on Colleen, and now it's snarking on me. He literally is just the biggest opportunistic rat. And he rides from one snark to another, and then he cries victim when fucking the same shit he's been doing.
Ethan's literally describing himself here.
For years happens to him. He is the most pathetic person maybe on all of YouTube.
I don't know how is this okay. Like, even if you I don't know, in any world, like even for these people, as low as they can be, how is this okay?
Because it's, well, he's not popular. It's just snarkers who are all degenerates.
No, I'm saying he's doing this on stage. There's a crowd.
Because
like, what is going on here?
Debauchery.
You guys like lost your mind.
Yeah. And so, by the way, I don't know why this is a top comment, but it made me giggle. I completely forgot that Denims used Destiny's apartment as her sex cave without his permission, lol.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll fuck with that.
Relevance.
I don't know.
Oh, wait. This clip was from that Willie Mack video.
Oh, and it was part of the video, maybe?
It wasn't in this clip, though.
Yeah, it's not in the clip.
It's just because that video had just come out or something.
So anyway, this little rat puts out a video 4 days ago. My snark reported me to ICE. Oh, no. Let me clutch my pearls for you. Here's the post. That apparently...
What? Dude, are you fucking serious? You just got over talking about how bad snark is, and then here's an example of someone who like had negative consequences because of their snark, and you're like, oh my god, wow, I can't, let me clutch my pearls, and here's the world's smallest violin for you getting like threatened with torture and deportation. Oh wow. And you want people to cry about it when skulls get sent to your house? Like Adam McIntyre got reported to ICE, who's notorious for violently detaining people, putting them in torturous conditions, and then sending them out of the country, basically ruining their livelihood, tearing apart their family and relationships. And you're mad that iDubbbz thought it was funny that skulls got sent to your house? You're mad that one person called CPS on your kids because of a story you told where they ate your dog's shit? You're mad at that? But you think this is fun? Like, you're gonna be like, oh wow, I don't give a fuck that someone reported you to ICE. Dude, this guy's such a fucking villain, man. Oh my god. He's just so gross. I actually I just can't believe it. His whole thing is anti-snark. That's his whole thing. And this is a serious issue. And he's like, oh, let me clutch my pearls because this is, let me clutch my pearls because this is so important. Oh no, you got reported to ICE. Dude, are you fucking kidding me?
was posted to his snark. Now, as you guys probably know, which is obvious, Adam is an...
I love that. The only time I won't say fuck ICE. These people are so insane. Like,
so here...
They consider themselves woke and that they're, you know...
Man, you fucking moron. That's your community. That's the exact same comments you get in your community too. What do we have here? Where was the Adam McIntyre snark thing? Oh yeah, this one. What do we have here? They're like, not that ICE should be going after people, period, but Adam does a good job not making me feel bad for him. Okay, seriously. None of the ones I checked were updated either after the reveal that his global entry had been revoked months prior to him trying to use the global entry line. It's just a willful disregard. Mick Jagger and Keith Richards. They're like, something else happened recently from Reddit trolls comparing CPS to ICE. I would say that's an endorsement of ICE. Doesn't interview the guy who actually had CPS, pull up to his house or receive skulls, comparing that to getting reported to ICE. Like, I mean, basically, they're like, where are the comments condemning ICE? The only comments condemning ICE are people saying, like, I don't like ICE, but, like, I don't care if it's going after Adam McIntyre. All of this is being like, wow, Rolling Stone is so out of touch. Adam McIntyre sucks. Adam McIntyre sucks. Like, come on, dude. Your entire community is ignoring the ICE call and being like, ignoring the ICE call and being like, yeah, Adam McIntyre actually sucks. ICE is the big thing in the news right now. That's why they're doing the story. This is more likely to drum up emotion/clicks than a CPS story. That's because it's more brutal than CPS. What do you? Yeah, of course. Like, once again, comparing CPS to ICE. ICE is just the big thing in the news right now. Not that it's an actual arm of a fascist regime disappearing people and torturing them. What are you, like, these people know nothing about the actual state of the world, and that's by design from their podcast host.
No.
Well, this is from Snark.
Yeah, but I'm that's fine. This is the snarker mindset.
The snarkers are like
I think that ICE is fucked up, and fuck ICE.
Yeah.
Except I'm going to weaponize them when it's convenient to me.
Yeah.
Well, you guys might remember that our snark page has been doing the same thing to love for a long time.
I do remember that.
Out in the open, on Reddit, amongst themselves.
Yep.
So we'll get to all that, but this all is going to connect here for you. But here's this. So here's the thing about Adam. We all know he's completely irrelevant loser. Nobody cares. The only time people pay attention was when he fucking like cries and bitch and moans and snarks and says horrible shit that no self-respecting creator would say, so it can get posted to snark subreddits, which is why him and his audience is so vile. That being said, he has a snark subreddit that I looked at when I heard about all this. There was like 2 posts in the last week. His snark subreddit virtually doesn't exist. So if some person came there and reported him to ICE, that's horrible.
2 posts in the last week is not the same as doesn't exist.
Horrible, right?
And that is horrible, obviously.
And absolutely his snark should be shut down, right? But what I want to know is why this insignificant, irrelevant loser who spent his entire career on YouTube snarking in different communities, supporting snark communities.
Like, once again, it is irrelevant what Adam McIntyre did, right? The falsely report, like, even accurately reporting someone to ICE, in my opinion, is unforgivable. Like, ICE is a lawless organization, but falsely reporting to someone to ICE is like a bannable offense that community should get shut down. And it's a big deal too. So, like, it's irrelevant to who Adam McIntyre is.
Sweeping for snark communities. Why, when he bitches about this for his inactive snark subreddit, the snark subreddit, and I knew this was gonna happen, I was waiting for it, the next day, banned by Reddit. Does someone want to explain that?
Which, to be clear, good.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure, good.
Yeah, but obviously insane that Reddit is so just blatantly hypocritical.
Now, why?
Banned specifically for something that, again, had been happening to love.
Way more than just one fucking random post to a fucking subreddit that gets like 5.
All right, Ethan, show me the evidence where they reported love to Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Views per week or some shit.
All right.
Like, nobody's snarking on Adam McIntyre. Nobody even knows who you are, bro. You know? Outside of the H3 snark universe. Which is a vibrant community these days. I mean, you can build a whole career.
That's what he's doing. Look what is the opening act for his show.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what he's doing.
You guys, you guys want to joke about some fucking... You guys want to justify killing Israeli civilians?
Let's make some jokes about it while supposedly the genocide is still ongoing.
Well, I don't know.
Bro, your wife was literally a terrorist. What do you mean make a joke about killing Israeli civilians?
It's okay to joke about it.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but he's Irish, which means he is born with innate knowledge of oppression.
Dude, this dumb motherfucker, like, you literally make the claim. Why does Hassan feel like he can talk about Israel-Palestine? He's never been there. And now you're going to say that, like, oh, well, he's Irish, so... Like, that means that he has an innate knowledge of Israel and Palestine. When you make that exact same claim, you're like, oh, I'm Israeli, so I know more about this than Hassan does. Oh, my God.
Like Anita. You know, he identifies with her in that one. So here it is. Adam McIntyre snark has been banned from Reddit. Well, that's fucking odd. Why would that happen? Never mind, like, that ICE has been going after love for a long time. These people...
Snark?
That's somebody...
Sorry. Snark has been reporting him to ICE, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
They've been doxing the front of our office.
They've been doxed. Okay, dude, please, show me this shit. Come on, this is a almost 4-hour-long podcast. It's pre-designed, right? You can have all of these you can have all of this information ready to go.
Been colluding to fucking call, justify, get CPS here. These people literally in their Discord, I have the receipts of it. It is undoubtedly them, are posting Google Street View of the front of our office. And Reddit has seen this. Now you wanted to explain to me. Oh, and by the way, people always talk about how copyright, that's apparently how Trisha got. Your mods are literally being sued for copyright infringement. Has that ever happened in the history of Reddit? So do you want to explain to me what is so unique about all of these other creators?
And also, like, to anybody that's saying, you know, go through the...
Ethan using his own lawsuit as evidence that people did something wrong. That's fucking hilarious. It's like people citing the Bible as evidence that the Bible is real.
Official channels, I cannot tell you how many times we've tried. We've sent this information to them through so many different people at this point. I had a manager that reached out to them. I know somebody else that supposedly helped to somebody remove a snark. We sent them all the information. They sent a package of information to Reddit. One of our mods went to a mod meeting of Reddit, a Reddit mod meeting. They went in person.
Imagine the smell.
We've done so much.
Well, they were admins. I don't know if they smell better than mods.
Oh, okay.
It was actually a very...
So, I mean, Reddit said that Adam McIntyre's community was banned because it was unmoderated. Is it possible that if people in the snark subreddit for Ethan post like a picture of their building, it gets deleted? Is that possible? Like a post that violates Reddit's community rules would get moderated out of the Reddit? Is that possible, Ethan?
Fancy, from what I heard. Fun meeting.
So
here in the LA office.
So if all that's happening, and then, well, the interesting thing is when we first went through your manager.
Yeah.
When this snark had been around for a while, but it started getting really fucked up when they were like reaching out and harassing friends and family, like going after people's extended families.
Like our people that work here, they would go after their family.
Our designers, Teddy Fresh designers, totally unpublic people. So when we sent it to them through her, next day, the subreddit was banned for harassment.
And then...
Great. 2 days later, back up, no problem. And there's a post on the subreddit being like, we're in touch with the admins and we have a great relationship with them, better than ever. You know how many times the admins have reached out to our moderators as one of the biggest community subreddits on the entire site? Go ahead and guess. Zero.
Okay, well, was your Reddit banned for harassment and you had to work with a Reddit admin to get it unbanned? Like, maybe that's how a relationship started between that snark subreddit and the Reddit administrators.
What, a snark subreddit with like 8,000 followers has direct contact with the admins?
I even went through Taylor Lorenz. She offered help, and I was like, sure. We've never been able to reach them, so please, if you can help us. And she said, of course I will. I report on snarks.
You know what?
And then nothing happened.
I don't think she ever actually even went to them.
I don't know. I guess we'll never know.
She was snarking that whole time. She's a total fucking liar.
We'll never know, but either way, I'm just saying we've tried through so many channels at this point, so many ways, and it just gets ignored.
Whatever any snark's done in another community to the people they're...
Yeah, that's true. Like, that's a good point, Emily. They said no admin has ever spoken to them, but they're meeting in person. Did we get that right?
Has direct contact with that. It started getting really fucked up when they're interesting things. Copyright infringement. Has that how copy? You know, he identifies with her in that one. So here it is. Adam boxing the front of our office. These people literally in their... Oh, and by the way, people always talk about how copyright, that's apparently how Trisha got. Your mods are...
That's saying, you know, go through the official channels. I cannot tell you how many times we've tried. We've sent this information to them through so many different people at this point. I had a manager that reached out to them. I know somebody else that supposedly helped to somebody remove a snark. We sent them all the information. They sent a package of information to Reddit. One of our mods went to a mod meeting of Reddit, a Reddit mod meeting. They went in person.
Imagine the smell.
We've done so much.
Well, they were admins. I don't know if they smell better than mods.
Oh, okay.
It was actually a very fancy, from what I heard, fun meeting.
So one of their mods went to a fancy, fun meeting with the Reddit administrators, but they've never had contact with a Reddit admin. Okay.
Here in the LA office.
So if all that's happening, and then Teddy Fresh designers, totally later, back up, no problem. And there's a post on the subreddit being like, we're in touch with the admins and we have a great relationship with them, better than ever. You know how many times the admins have reached out to our moderators as one of the biggest community subreddits on the entire site? Go ahead and guess.
Zero.
What a...
except for that fancy fun meeting that their moderator went to with all of the Reddit admins. Are you what the like? Good catch, Emily. I'm getting tired. I completely missed that. What the fuck are you guys talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? You just described all of the ways. You just described like 6 different channels of communication you have with Reddit. Just because they didn't ban that community doesn't mean your messages aren't getting through. What? Dude, like, they're not gonna ban the community because they're not violating any rules. Sure, if they post some shit that does violate the rules, it gets moderated. That's probably what the admin said to the mods there. They're like, yeah, you have to keep this community moderated. And then it's still up then because they did keep it moderated.
Snark subreddit with like 8,000 followers has direct contact with the admins.
I even went through Taylor Lorenz. She offered, of course.
So there's that. But let me go down the line here. Some of these comments are interesting. I was coming to see if anyone posted this, like, what the fuck? Why isn't Ethan Snark getting canned when everyone else seems to have no trouble? This was so fast. Yeah, one day. They say it was banned for being unmoderated. Total bullshit, by the way. There's huge communities that are unmoderated, and people can apply to become a moderator for unmodded subreddits. They do all different excuses for banning Snark subreddits. Trisha's got banned for copyright infringement. His got banned for unmoderated. Hassan's gets serial banned for harassment. You know you can't make a Snark about Hassan. How fucking whoa. God save Hassan.
It's bullshit that it was banned for not being moderated because there are other communities that are not moderated that you can apply to be a mod for. Like, this doesn't mean that every community that's unmoderated needs to be banned. But if you're posting stuff that it goes against the website terms of service and there is no moderator to delete that stuff, then the website is going to nuke the subreddit. They're going to nuke the forum where that terms of service violation is being posted. It's pretty obvious fucking shit, dude. What do you mean? Oh, some Snark Reddits get banned for reasons that are different than other Snark Reddits for getting banned. That must mean that it's a conspiracy against me. Dude, like, this man must think that he's God's chosen person. He must think that he has like a super genius sentient AI speaking directly to him. Like, keep him the fuck away from ChatGPT. Oh wait, I forgot he uses that to research every single thing that he talks about. Man, like, he has delusions of grandeur.
God forbid anyone snark about him on Reddit. There's honestly like no fucking conclusion left to draw other than that Reddit is deeply, intimately involved in protecting these groups, participating in these groups, and probably that there is a crossover of moderators, users of this website, and employees of Reddit. Like, what do you do? What do you say? I mean, it's so fucked up.
And of course, the reason why Ethan Klein doesn't sue Reddit is because he would lose that lawsuit. And even though it has probably like the same legal merit as his lawsuit against Denims, Rogan, Casey Chun, Noah Sampson, and Bada Banata, which is to say, not a lot, he feels like he can safely sue them because he has more money than them. But he can't do frivolous lawsuits against Reddit because Reddit has more money than him, and he'd get his cheeks clapped. So that's why he's not suing them. But like, look, if it was just a community of people, and he's like it's just a community of like people doing this in their free time, he'd definitely sue them, right? He'd be like, wow, you guys ban communities that are harassing other people, but you don't ban communities harassing me. He'd definitely sue them for that. That's probably why he's suing these Reddit moderators, because he wants to try to find evidence that they were like Reddit admins as well. He has no evidence for that whatsoever, but he's just like making the claim.
Been a hater of that website.
It's so egregious.
Absolutely.
It's nauseating. Like, it makes me want to like do something. I don't know what. I don't.
Yeah. He's saying he wants to do something. He wants to sue them, but he can't. Yeah, and that's also true. Oxolotl. It's like he spoke to a Reddit admin and they said, your Reddit is snark too. So why does he pretend like they haven't spoken to any Reddit admins? He literally got a message from a Reddit admin. They went to a fun and fancy meeting for Reddit admins, and they've gone through like 8 different channels to talk to Reddit. It's just that the snark that's covering the H3 podcast isn't violating any terms of service rules, and so it's not going to get nuked off of the website.
I don't know what to do. It's funny, Adam was like, oh, I got reported to ICE. Can you guys believe that? I made a video on fucking H3 Productions talking about how CPS got called, and I showed the receipts. I showed how the mods of that subreddit were
comparing CPS getting called on Ethan Klein. That one person, remember, one person reported it. Ethan Klein had like 4 comments of people being like, I'm a mandatory reporter, and I'd probably have to call social services on Ethan Klein if I heard that story. Which is just like their job, describing their job description. And he's comparing CPS being called on him to fucking ICE being reported on Adam McIntyre. Holy shit. Once again, completely delusional. And like please, I just want a little bit of pushback, right? Like, say, oh yeah, but CPS is not as violent, it's not as serious of an issue as ICE, because ICE rips families apart, except it doesn't put the kids it rips apart into like social services. It just takes the parents out of their lives. That's what ICE does. You have stories of kids being left at school with nowhere to go because their parents are getting picked up by ICE. It's like CPS on steroids. And actually, not like CPS at all. It just rips families apart out of sheer malevolence. Not even in order to do good, to try to put kids into a better place, like what CPS does, but just like out of sheer evilness to try to enact this xenophobic regime's agenda of deporting like millions of people out of this country. That's the purpose of ICE.
Doxing us. You think Reddit fucking said a single thing about that? No. Nope. Reddit admins are Nazis? I mean, listen. I don't know if they're Nazis, but they probably don't like Jewish people.
They don't like these two, that's for sure. These 2 Jewish people right here,
Motherfucker, they love you, dude. Your community is one of the biggest communities there, and it is a community rife with harassment, and they haven't done shit to you. They love you. What do you mean? They invited your moderator to a fun and fancy dinner party.
definitely don't like, because there's no other explanation.
What's interesting to me too is that the Reddit headquarters is like a few blocks away from the Twitch headquarters in San Francisco.
That's pretty fun.
Oh, cue the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, right? Like, remember, he's like, Hamas controls the media. All of these corporations are colluding with each other. Ethan Klein just repurposing anti-Semitic conspiracy theories to suit his own purposes.
I mean, I think that means something. I do. Yeah, someone suggested Rich Zilla said T. Lawrence got in touch with Reddit HQ and Roblox. I wonder if they have the true mod meetings happen on Roblox.
I think that's true, actually, yeah.
You know? So anyway, here, listen to this rat cry for a second.
And I hope you're all doing very well. Okay, I'm currently in LA. I'm here with my mom because we are taking a little week in LA before we go.
And by the way, I'm not even going to accuse Adam of faking the post. I don't think he faked it. But the snarks think that everything that's ever happened to us was faked and worse, you know? Right. And I don't think Adam ever just...
Oh, remember when that poor woman that like has the Fox YouTube channel took her own life, and like how tragic that was? And her husband made a video saying that she was getting harassed online by other sanctuaries and people that personally knew them. Now that pressure caused this woman who's like struggled with social anxiety, and I think she might have been on the spectrum or something. Sorry, I'm forgetting her name. How that caused her to unfortunately and tragically take her own life. And Ethan's like, snark won't stop until I kill myself. Like, he retweets that tragic story on his Instagram, and he's like, snark won't stop until I kill myself. He takes that shit and makes it about himself. He's like, Adam McIntyre got threatened to be tortured and then deported back into Ireland, and his career cut short, basically. But, like, I don't think he faked that. But everyone thinks that I fake all of my stuff. Like, bro cannot take anything that someone says, and, like, a tragic story that someone says about themselves, without immediately flipping it back upon him. I mean, it's the perfect, these are the, like, those two stories are, like, the perfect example of how he treats the entire Palestinian conflict, too. Where he's like, yes, Palestinians are being genocided, but did you know that Hassan's community was mean to me one time? And they called me a Zionist, which makes me think that they're actually anti-Semitic. Just because I'm saying that some Israelis are like, just because I'm saying that from the river to the sea is a genocidal saying? How can you call me a Zionist and be mean to me for that? I can't believe it. Like, these people want to end genocide, they want to end Palestinian suffering, but, like, at what cost? At the cost of hurting my feelings? Like, he's just a narcissist, I guess, at the end of the day. Yeah, Michaela. At the end of the day, it's just he's a narcissist. And, like, also, zero morals.
Disagreed with that. I'm not going to say anything like that, you know?
Ethan. Can't help himself from just being an evil piece of shit, and he has to self-censor all the time.
No. Right. And I don't think Adam ever disagreed with that. Listen to this rat cry for a second.
And I hope you're all doing very well. Okay, I'm currently in LA. I'm here with my mom because we are taking a little week in LA before we go.
And by the way, I'm not even going to accuse Adam of faking the post. I don't think he faked it. But the snarks think that everything that's ever happened to us was faked and worse, you know? Right. And I don't think Adam ever disagreed with that. I'm not going to say anything like that, you know?
I should do a drawing of Ethan Klein as Gollum and then submit it to the fucking, like, we'll be right back screen. That would be so funny if I got a drawing onto this screen.
Okay.
I was going to say to erase it afterwards, but yeah, it's just this fucking cough is so annoying. I just buttoned this insane coughing fit. I don't know why it takes me forever to clear these fucking. Yeah, listen to this.
New York, and I do my final ever show in America on July 11th. We are almost sold out. It is insane. We've sold out VIPs, we've sold out meet and greets, and I think we only have like 20 general admission left. So if you want to come, it's going to be my final show in America before I leave. And then I'm probably just going to be back to Brighton, honestly, at this stage. It's between Brighton and Paris.
Bro, holy shit. Hila's just as evil as Ethan. Bye-bye. What? He's not in your house. He's not doing the show in your backyard, bitch. What do you mean bye-bye? You don't even want him in your country? Hila letting that fucking, like, Jewish ethno-state vibe creep back up into her analysis of this situation. Yeah, get the dirty immigrant out of my country.
But if I go to Brighton, I get to bring my dogs. We've been having a lot of fun in LA. I don't know if anyone saw my post though, but literally, like,
sounds like he's having a really hard time. So sorry, so sorry. So here's a story I made when I first heard about this, and we'll go through all this.
What do you mean? Sounds like the issue isn't that he didn't get detained by ICE. The issue is that if he did get detained by ICE, he'd be in horrible conditions. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It sounds like he is really having a hard time. Dude, I mean, obviously Ethan doesn't know anything about ICE, and he endorses them by not speaking out against them. It's just so disappointing to see a massive, ostensibly liberal podcast like this just being like, yeah, ICE is meaningless. CPS is worse than ICE.
I said, wow, Adam McIntyre has been promoting and participating in my snark for a long time. He gives them literal shouts outs. So now that it's happening to him, he wants sympathy. Not so funny now, eh, Adam? I'm surprised you even have the nerve to post this after the amount of snarking you've done. You are reaping what you sow, literally. And by the way, yes, I knew I'd misspelled sow. I heard a lot about that. I got snarked hard on that misspelling.
Oh, well.
That shit hurts, you know.
What is the proper spelling?
S-O-W. Sue, I guess, is the past tense. Sewn.
So, S-E-W is like a needle and thread. You sew something, and that's S-E-W. S-O-W means like you sow the earth with seeds. It means like dispersing seeds or dispersing something. It's not the past sowed, it would be the past. Wasn't he an English major?
E-W-N. Did you sue that? Did you sue that? I don't know what the fuck.
I'll be honest. I would have spelled it like you spelled it.
There it is. See, smart guys.
Actually, you're the two stupidest people on this podcast.
And then let's take a look here. So, a quick summary of his video. The Snark posted a photo, encouraging.
Dude, what the fuck is happening? This man has a podcast, and his podcast consists of him reading toilet comments that he made on Instagram. Why are you reading a comment that you made when you were taking a shit? Or like, instead of playing with your kids, you're on your phone. Why are you reading that when you have a podcast? Why do you need to like cover previous comments you make? Just make the comment now. What? You're a podcaster, brother. Adam McIntyre has been promoting and participating in my snark for a long time. He gives him literal shoutouts, blah, blah, blah. So now that it happened to him, he wants sympathy. So now that it happened to him, he's had a snark for years. What happened to him is that he got reported to ICE. You never got reported to ICE, bro. Not so funny. Like, dude, imagine if Klein was reported to ICE and is like, oh, she's an immigrant, she's like anti-Trump. Let's report her to ICE so that she gets deported back to Israel. You think Ethan would be like fine with that? You think Ethan would care? Like, imagine if she got fucking detained by ICE and they had to actually use legal methods, like go through the courts to fight for her to get released. You think they'd have this same flippant attitude of like, oh, let me clutch my pearls for you, Adam. You almost got detained and tortured because of a false report? Wow. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Not so funny now, Adam? This never happened to you. I'm surprised you even have the nerve to post this after the amount of snarking you've done. Once again, this isn't about snark. This is about people reporting him to ICE. Literally reaping what you sow. Yeah, he never reported you to ICE. Like, go fuck yourself.
Snarking you've done, you are reaping what you sow. Literally. And by the way, yes, I knew I'd misspelled sow. I heard a lot about that. It hurts. You know? Summary of his video.
They got it in their heads that his visa was illegal or whatever. Or that he was on like a fake visa. You see the details about that?
Because he's totally irrelevant. Why would he get a work visa?
No, that's not what I was say.
Like he got it. Like, I'm sorry.
No, I don't know where the photo came from, but apparently a photo of his work visa was going around, and
he tweeted it.
I guess he tweeted it, and there was an R on it, and somehow these dumbasses got it in their head that stood for religious visa. And so
wow,
that he must have
so
lied,
smart.
and that, right? Like,
they're so dumb.
They're so fucking dumb.
And then everybody, without a second thought, is like, "Oh yeah, no, that's true. That's real."
God.
And then people like Hassan, in my case, be like, "Look, R means religious," or no, they didn't even say that. Just say he's on religious. And then on TikTok they do it, and then you end up with dating money 101 being same. You know? So yeah, why would Adam post his visa? That seems crazy.
I don't know. I didn't see the original post or anything. I just saw that was the chain of logic that led to them.
I mean, yeah, that's impossibly stupid. Which all snarkers are. Let me see.
By the way, which again, fuck ICE. But when it comes to Adam McIntyre,
get him out of here.
Get him out. It's just like,
bro, you guys are joking about that, but your wife literally said, "Yeah, good riddance," when he's like, "I'm leaving the country." Dude, you're saying what? It's so stupid for Adam McIntyre to post his visa. You're talking about how your babies ate your dog's shit and had to go to the hospital because of it. You're like bringing your kids into studio and putting their faces online. You know, like according to Ethan, there's a huge community of people that want him to kill himself. They want him to die. He has armed security outside of his studio because he's worried about terrorist attacks on his studio. And he brings his children like onto the podcast, and then he says it's irresponsible for Adam to post his visa. No. Oh my god, like just yeah, no self-awareness. Yeah. victim blaming Adam, obviously making jokes about this. He doesn't understand the severity of getting reported to ICE and what could happen to Adam if he did get arrested by ICE. He made a post, obviously he hid all of the important information on it, and then people just made up stuff about it. That's why it's a false report to ICE. Like, all of this is easily explained. I don't know why Ethan's pretending like you shouldn't. I don't know why suddenly he has a position that you should never post any personal information when that's all he does. And he literally said, I've made it a policy to get as personal with my life as I possibly can on this show.
Let's go. So, oh wow, I see a picture. I'm not going to show it because I'm not an idiot, but he said, "Let's go. I'm coming to USA," and he showed a picture of his visa. That's
why would you post that? It's so stupid.
It's blurred out a lot, but yeah,
the photo look.
Yeah, but
this is in
still.
his video that we're watching.
It's just straight up a picture of his whole fucking ass.
Why would you post that, dumbass?
Yeah, that's nuts, bro. Nobody's accused of it being bright. Just so you know.
Like, that's a page in your passport. What is wrong with you?
I mean, that's like showing your driver's license. Like, hey guys, look, I can drive now.
Yeah.
Sure, nobody will misuse that one. Idiot. Dumbass. Snark-brained fucking weirdo freak loser. I would like to know about, and by the way, I do believe he got the visa. I want to know who gave him that visa because I think they need to get fired.
Don't say that.
No, because you guys, the visa.
Why not say that? This man should not. This man has no special talent.
His visa is for extraordinary talent.
This man has no talent. Who let him?
His talent is snarking.
Yeah.
Extraordinary snarker.
Wow. Oh, Adam shouldn't even be allowed into the country. Okay. Don't know why they're in the country then, if you apparently need a talent to come into the country of America. I mean, this is so horrible. Like, this opinion they have is disgusting. What the fuck are you talking? If you don't have a talent, you can't be allowed into this country? Bro, you're like religious ethnostate is showing. Come on. Remember that guy? I think his name, like Ahmed Al-Khatib, Fuad Ahmed Al-Khatib, the Palestinian Zionist that they brought on, and he's like, yeah, I think that like some Palestinians have potential to be good people, and those are the ones we're gonna have. Those are the ones we're going to make the state of Palestine with. The good ones, you know, the ones with potential. Like, yeah, only Adam McIntyre can come into the country if he has a talent. Dude, Ethan's just advocating for extreme right-wing immigration policies here. Dude, what fucking freak? Actually, what fucking freaks? And like, he actually gets some pushback from his crew, and he freaks out about it.
I mean, that's like showing your driver's license. Like, hey guys, look, I can. Dumbass. Snark-brained fucking weirdo freak loser. I would like to know about, and by the way, I do believe he got the visa. I want to know who gave him that visa because I think they need to get fired.
Don't say that.
No, because you guys.
I think that was like Dan and Love being like, what? And then Love's like, don't say that. And then look at his face. He's like, what? Real pushback? No, like, he's actually a shitty person. Like, no, he has no talent. He shouldn't be allowed into the country.
Why not say that? This man should not. This man has no special talent.
His visa is for extraordinary talent.
This man has no talent. Who let him?
His talent is snarking.
Yeah.
Extraordinary snarker here.
Spineless Dan.
Yeah, fuck that.
That's my nickname for him, Spineless Dan. He's like, don't say that. Like, no, he should be allowed in. Like, well, he's just a snarker. And he's like, okay, well, that's a matter of opinion. Come on, Dan. Come on, Dan. Shave off your beard. Beards are for people that have spines.
You know what I mean? Let's go down the list here. So that's the summary. Reddit post.
Love this content.
Oh, copyright infringement. I mean, I already kind of made this point. So obviously, he's just gonna bag. It's for you, Adam. Have a little late night snack.
Okay, I'm gonna just skip this and go to Ethan's apology.
For America for his extraordinary talents. What are those talents? Browsing snark subreddits and regurgitating what the most deranged fucking path. What
shots.
He brings up CPS and cries.
Chimes in, brings up CPS, cries, time for shots.
He brings up CPS and cries. Lol, idiot. I can't believe it's my snark subreddit that posts 2 times a month, but reported me to ICE, you guys. I am the ultimate victim. Anyway, guys, hey, HD Snark, you guys getting this?
Cries, time for shots.
Misquotes the dog walker thing? Oh, please. That shit was said verbatim, bitch boy.
What?
Clip of Adam's live show where he mentions...
No, you literally misquote. What do you mean? No, you... Dude, like, at some point, he's just completely departed from reality.
One more time, just to remember, we say he's got a visa to come. This man's got a visa to come tour America for his extraordinary talents. What are those talents? Browsing snark subreddits and regurgitating.
Dude, guess what? Someone's talent could be fucking like doing the jump rope, and they couldn't still get a visa to tour this country. Go fuck yourself, Ethan. What? You're actually a xenophobic piece of shit.
What the most deranged, fucking pathological, paranoid people have written on the internet.
Wait, everyone! Klein's in the house. Guys, she was just a secretary. Klein.
Go on, man. That's awesome. No, I feel so bad for you, bro. I feel so bad that people are being mean to you on the internet. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. So undeserved. Oh my goodness. So anyway, this dovetails into my next point, which is basically just that. This rat, this snark-brained, long-term snark user who has a virtually inactive snark subreddit, managed to get it removed because of one ICE report that was posted there, which granted is bad and it should be removed, right? In one day. But everything we've done, everything that's happened to all of us after all this time, nothing.
What happened to you? What happened to you? What? Oh, the snark didn't call CPS on you. It was someone that you knew personally. You have no evidence that it was someone in snark that sent skulls to you. Absolutely zero evidence of that at all. What else? It's like someone posted an image of your office, and then it was deleted because they actually have moderators. Some people were commenting, not even on, but about a Teddy Fresh employee's Instagram page, who said like something like "Free Palestine," and they're like, "Oh, Ethan's not gonna like this." They didn't even comment on her page and harass her. They just commented about a post that she made, and it's like, Ethan's not gonna like this. You consider that harassment? Seriously, dude.
Like, there's zero. I mean, there's no explanation for that. There's none. I mean, I can't think of any at this point.
Yeah, stop playing Adam's greatest hits.
We got the Warzone stuff. We have like, okay, let me see if I can blast through this.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Let me see. Let me just do this. Okay. No, this part's good. I'm going to do this. So here's Contra Points. She came out recently and shared her thoughts on the Israel-Palestine thing. And she's being... you think so, Nate? Sorry, I'm getting notes in the back. You think that's a juicer magoocher? It is? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a lot to fit in.
Do I have a... All right, I have an important announcement with peace and love.
This is just so funny. All right, guys, important announcement. This is a matter of public record. There is no copyright on an announcement that you need to make legally. So we are going to sit back, relax, and enjoy Ethan's absolute humiliation ritual that Ryan Kavanaugh, who dominated him in a lawsuit, who found out that Ethan did defame Ryan Kavanaugh, and then when he was getting countersued, he was forced to settle with Ryan Kavanaugh. We're going to now witness Ethan's official apology.
We're going to save all this Warzone stuff for Monday. I almost got through everything. Okay, guys, here we go. This is a serious announcement with peace and love. I told you guys I was closing one front so that I can open several more. And it's time to...
Literally, Israel. We're going to take a break from doing a genocide in Gaza right now so we can bomb southern Lebanon and Syria and invade the West Bank.
Turn a leaf and to close the chapter with my dear friend, Ryan Kavanaugh. We've come to an agreement and we are parting ways. We are settling the matter amicably. And I have a statement that I've arranged, excuse me, with my good friend.
Bro, the coughing acts up whenever he has to like actually deal with anything that stresses him out.
That I would like to state for you now, in all sincerity, and to close the chapter and move right along. So here's my apology to Ryan Kavanaugh. I read to you now. To Ryan Kavanaugh, I want to offer my sincere and unreserved apology. At the time, I was led to believe you were behind a particular copyright lawsuit. Acting on that belief, I went on and attacked you publicly and persistently. In doing so, I failed to consider the personal impact of my actions, and I lost.
So Ethan just like jumped to the conclusion that Ryan Kavanaugh was behind a copyright lawsuit, and then he started defaming Ryan Kavanaugh. That's what happened here. Looks like Ethan hasn't learned any lessons. I mean, from saying Dan Clancy's a pedophile to saying Hassan is supported by terrorists, still jumping to a lot of conclusions that he has no evidence for.
The basic respect every person deserves, regardless of any dispute. That's respect every person deserves, regardless of any dispute. That hit its home, you know. I also understand of my act and attacked you publicly and persistently. In doing so, I failed to consider the personal impact of my actions, and I lost sight of the basic respect every person deserves, regardless of any dispute.
What respect? You've just spent the last hour of your show calling Adam McIntyre a rat and reveling in the fact that he was facing the consequences that he got, basically like consequences from his snark, and laughing about it because you're like, oh well, Adam's a snarker too, so like this is ironic, right? What is this basic level of respect, right? You go on like a 5-minute rant about how much of a bitch Denims is. You just completely humiliate Casey Tron. Call Frogan like an idiot. You who else has he been horrible to? Call Bad Empanada a terrorist, like he looks like a terrorist. That's what you say. You call him a rat too. What is this basic level of respect that you're referring to?
That hit its home, you know. I also understand that as a result, your Wikipedia page has been significantly altered to reflect you in a negative light, and I apologize for any involvement I had in that. I apologize for ever making statements that led anyone to believe you were involved in unethical or bad business dealings. And I now know that any of those things I may have spread were not true. I deeply regret ever elevating or emphasizing that false narrative, and it was wrong of me. And I apologize.
Right.
Because
all of this can be applied to Hassan, Denims, Frogan, Casey Tron, Noah Samson, Bad Empanada. Basically, he's implied that they're literally getting paid by terrorist organizations. He's implied that they're doing terrorist propaganda, that they're anti-Semitic, that they hate Jews. Adam McIntyre needs to leave the country. He should have never been let into the country. I mean, Bad Empanada's a fucking terrorist hiding out in Argentina. Dan Clancy's a pedophile. What the fuck do you mean? All of these are unsubstantiated claims that you've made that have contributed to negative repercussions on these people's reputations.
Attention I placed on you, I know that you and your family became the target of harassment and hate, and truly none of them deserved any of that. The hurt that was caused by my actions is something I take full responsibility for, and I am truly sorry for that. I also understand the harm that the negative social media and Wikipedia edits have placed on you and your business. And again, I apologize for my involvement I had in that, and I hope that any such issues can be retracted, right? And that you do not have to endure any further issues as a result of those actions. Truly. We have since come to peace, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to move forward. With this apology and with full respect, I ask that anybody who may have been acting on my behalf directly or indirectly stop immediately. Ryan and his family and his associates should be left alone now for good. And I truly mean that, guy. I mean everything I'm saying, but I really want to make sure that like we turn the page on this, you know.
Yeah, because there's going to be legal consequences if Ryan Kavanaugh isn't left alone by people in Ethan's audience. Holy shit, dude. Just, I mean, we can end it there.
And we just, I'm apologizing to Ryan, and we're moving forward like doves. We're dogs now. Both of us wish to move on with our lives, and I wish Ryan and his family peace, privacy, and all the best in the future. And I do. And so there it is. And that closes the chapter of my interactions with my good friend Ryan Kavanaugh, who, you know, it's been a journey. I'm improvising now, which is probably a bad idea, but I want to say that we're friends, we're dogs, it's all good, and I am deeply apologetic for everything that we've been through. So there it is, Ryan Kavanaugh, everybody.
Thank you.
And that's it. You guys want to talk about the Zelensky suit scandal?
Okay, so we can end it there. It's just like, it's a good place to end it. Ethan Klein apologizing for just like frivolously defaming someone, harassing them, making false claims about them, while he just finished doing that exact same thing to Adam McIntyre, like harassing people like Hassan, Rogan, Denims, Casey Tron, Noah Sampson, Matt Empanada, basically saying they're anti-Semitic, they want to kill Jews, they're pro-terrorist, they're getting paid by terrorist organizations, just like learned absolutely nothing. He's in the middle of resolving a lawsuit which he got dominated in, and he decides that he wants to do the same thing against these people. Like, has just learned zero lessons from his entire interaction with Ryan Kavanaugh. He's gotten zero lessons from having to apologize to him. Zero ounces of self-reflection when you see when he has the opportunity to kind of make amends with Adam McIntyre and be like, yeah, that's horrible, like no one should have to go through that. Ethan Klein is an It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia character. He starts off a shitty person, goes through some wacky events, and then by the end of the episode, he's the same shitty person. He has no character growth. He is comically, cartoonishly evil, and he thrives off of spite. He is the perfect addition to the IASIP cast. Like, man, just no growth whatsoever. But yeah, we shouldn't be surprised. So anyway, guys, I want to thank you for watching the stream today. This went on pretty long. I gotta go to bed. I want to thank you for watching the stream today. I want to thank you for the super chats, the gifted subs. If you also want your name to be in green and you want to see the members only failures in Elden Ring streams that I do on weekends, please consider subscribing. It's only 99 cents a month. I never do any ads, I never take any sponsorships, anything like that. You can help support me, help support my editors, and also your name will be in a nice shiny green color. So anyway, thanks for watching, everyone, and I want you all to have a great rest of your evening, and I'll see you